But mostly, I've been passionate about the debates we have related to the French economy, and importantly, the French's future of France. What's striking to me about these debates, the debates have actually changed. And the debates have changed over the last decade. Today, I think there's a broad agreement around one single idea, that economic growth matters. Economic growth, as it broadens, reduces polarization. I think that sounds obvious now about the need for economic growth, but not so long ago. It was still an open question whether competitiveness would truly sit at the center of France's economic vision. I think that question has been answered, and President Emmanuel Macron has been the key man driving that shift and answering that question. In fact, you could make an argument that no French leader has led his country at a more pivotal time since World War II. From the onset, President Macron has argued that France must strengthen itself. It must strengthen its defense. It must renew itself in its capacity to innovate, but also importantly, and maybe more importantly today than ever before, and remain engaged in the world. That perspective has defined his presidency and is one that is helping to shape the conversation, the needed conversation about Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, Larry, for your words. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability. So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system. And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is for me the core answer. In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second will be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark. Facing this order and this new situation, this year France holds the G7 presidency with a clear ambition to restore the G7 as a forum for frank dialogue among major economies and for collective and cooperative solutions. Trade wars, protectionist escalation, races towards overproduction will only produce losers. This is why addressing global economic imbalances is our key priority. And if we look at the situation, the current imbalances are due to some key phenomena, and we all have to deliver our own agenda. This includes American overconsumption, Chinese underconsumption and overinvestment, and European underinvestment and lack of competitiveness. And these imbalances are also reflected in development gaps, by the way, and we can no longer settle for aid that neither delivers sufficient result nor enables countries to escape poverty. So our objective through the G7 is to demonstrate that the world's major powers are still capable of reaching a shared diagnosis of the global economy and committing to concrete actions. Cooperating is not about blaming others. It is about assuming one's share of responsibility and contributing to solutions. So the objective of this G7 will be to build this framework of cooperation in order to fix the roots of these imbalances and restore efficient convergence and cooperation through multilateral frameworks. And the other objective is as well to build bridges and more cooperations with the emerging countries, the BRICS and the G20, because the fragmentation of this world would not make sense. Here, this point is for, I would say, the global agenda and how our G7 agenda. On the other side, we have the European answer. And for me, Europe clearly has to fix its key issues: the lack of growth, the lack of GDP per capita growth, and the three pillars of our strategy in order to deliver more sovereignty, more efficiency, and more growth would be based on protection, simplification, and investment. Because the diagnosis is well known, European competitiveness still lags behind that of the US, and in the current global order, facing precisely the Chinese approach, we have to react. So first, protection. Protection doesn't mean protectionism. But today's Europeans are too naive. This is the unique market open to everybody without checking level playing field. Nobody can access the Chinese market as people are accessing the European market for sure. But even if you take the US and a lot of other countries, the level of protection does exist for investment and trade. And the Europeans are the only one not to protect their own companies and their own markets when the other countries doesn't respect level playing field. This is why we have to be much more realistic if we want to protect our chemical industry, our industry, from the automotive sectors to a lot of others, because they are being literally killed by the lack of respect of a normal framework and level playing field. Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it, and in the latest documents and decisions taken by the decisions, we do have the first examples of that, but this is extremely good. And we are currently aligning closely with Germany to deliver an ambitious and simple framework. And this is a decisive project, and I count on the European Commission to present a proposal as well by early 2026 with the highest possible level of ambition in order to deliver, I would say, across the different sectors, the principle of European preference. This is a necessity. We must act on imports as well regarding this protection issue. And in the context of escalating trade tensions and Asian overcapacities, Europe must strengthen its trade defense instruments, including mirror measures to enforce regulatory standards, and we must improve the quality and added value of foreign direct investments, targeting projects with strong export potential. And this is core for the rebalancing with China. China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. So from safeguard clauses to mirror clauses to European preferences and incentives for more FDIs, this strategy is absolutely key. And in parallel, protecting our economies will also require a resilient strategy on both imports and exports to de-risk supply chains, particularly for raw materials, rare earths, semiconductors, chips, and to diversify our trade partners. The second pillar of the European economy and the European strategy should be simplification. And when I speak about simplification, we started with CSRD, CSDDD, and we have to do much more on different sectors, and we did it during the past few weeks on automotive, and we have to do it on chemical, digital, AI, banking, and so on. And the core of this simplification is sometimes to get rid of some recent regulations when they desynchronize in a certain way the European Union in comparison with the rest of the world. But we have as well to accelerate the deepening of the single market. On all these sectors, The 450 million inhabitants and consumers market should be the domestic market of all the EU companies. It's not yet the case as long as you have complexities. In doing so, we must ensure respect technological neutrality and non-discrimination within the European Union. This is another pillar, another point of simplification. Neutral approach in terms of technology and non-discrimination. We discriminate during such a long time between the different sources of energies. It's counterproductive for the Europeans themselves. Companies have a role to play, and we must act, and you must act. And clearly, you must help identify and concretely help us to simplify where it is needed. But for me, this agenda of simplification is not a matter of discussion, but just implementation, speed and scale. The third pillar of the European strategy for more competitiveness and more autonomy is based on investment and innovation. We have to invest much more. If there is a GDP per capita so different between the US and Europe, 65% to 70% of the explanation is due to the difference in terms of innovation. And the US was much more innovative because of public and private investment. So in our budget for the months to come, because we will negotiate during the years, this year in Europe, we have to invest much more money in the critical sectors where the innovation will be made. AI, quantum, green tech, but as well defense and security. The size of our common budget is not the right one. We have to invest much more money in order to be much more credible and accelerate this innovation agenda. But at the same time, if you look at the situation, we don't have sufficient private investment. And this is one of the main differences. We do have the savings as the Europeans, much more than the US, by the way. But this saving is overinvested in bonds and sometimes in equities, but outside Europe. So this is why the top priority should be securitization program. It is prepared, we have to accelerate the implementation. And second, capital market union. Precisely in order to have more integration and simplification, but to have an efficient capital market union in order to invest much more money and use our savings to be invested on innovation and equity in Europe. This agenda for me is our top priority, both the global and the European one. And it is to be implemented in the months to come, because everything is about acceleration. And France is committed to deliver this agenda. We work very closely with our key partner. And at the same time, our objective for France is to stabilize our results and our macro approach, and to remain the highly attractive country we are. We've been the most attractive country of Europe during the past 6 years, and to consolidate our deep structural reforms and our key advantage. And on top of the business framework we have, I want here to insist on the fact that we have a competitive, stable, low-carbon electricity supply. We exported last year 90 terawatt-hours of electricity, and a low-carbon one, based on our nuclear model. We have world-class innovation and research capabilities, and we will improve them. And we have one of the most vivid and active ecosystem in AI, quantum computing, energy transition, etc., and a lot of startups and unicorns and large caps of these sectors are with me in my delegation today. And on top of that, let me insist, and I will stop here, on the fact that we have a high-quality infrastructure and large market with strong purchasing power. And we have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. And beyond what you can do in terms of investment, what you can do in terms of strong ambitions, having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And I think this is a good place for today and for tomorrow. So we will be committed during 2026 to try to deliver this global agenda in order to fix global imbalances through more cooperation. And we will do our best in order to have a stronger Europe, much stronger, and more autonomous, based on the pillars I just mentioned, and based as well, and we can revert in the dialogue, but on more investment and commitments on defense and security, because we have to invest much more and invest much more. Because we do believe, and here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
President, what I'd really like to ask you is, how's your last few days been? But importantly, though, you framed out an economic direction for France and for Europe. If you had to prioritize to transform France and Europe as fast as possible, you close saying, yes, we are slow, yes, but what can we do right now to really accelerate it, to broaden the economies across Europe, that we have more participants? Is there any one silver bullet that you could do to really accelerate that type of growth?
I don't think there is one silver bullet, but I think on the very short run, given the situation in some critical sectors, I think the European preference is a necessity because we are desynchronized with the others. And the second one is Commission, and the deepening of the single market is key. And this is why I insisted on Capital Market Union. I think if we deliver European preference and Capital Market Union, here are two game changers.
Well, you know, I've been talking about the Capital Market Union in Europe as one of the major hindrances compared to the US. And so, yes, but I do believe, as we witnessed starting last year, and we're starting to see it accelerate this year, you're starting to see more international flows coming back to Europe. And so that is beginning, and so I do believe that will accelerate. But in terms of priorities, if you had to tell the Commission, what should they be more swift in terms of transforming Europe faster, so it can compete with the US, compete with Europe, and exceed China and Europe, China and the US?
Look, I think this is the discussion we have clearly with the Commission. We will have an informal summit in February focused on this topic. Everything was largely drafted by both Letta and Draghi's reports and is well known. I think the difference is that Draghi was before China surpluses vis-à-vis Europe. I mean, we should not underestimate the fact that 2025, for the very first time,
$1 trillion.
Yeah, China has such a surplus vis-à-vis the rest of the world, 1/3 vis-à-vis the US, 1/3 Europe, 1/3 the rest of the world.
But it was $1 trillion. It was bigger than any other time.
Yeah, and for the first time, the deficit between Germany and China was a trade deficit for Germany. And this is a game changer for Europe. So this is why, clearly for me, we have to fix this issue. And second, it's about the tariffs. So if I have to tell you what could change the game and our approach for all of us in the year to come, for me it would be a bunch of simplification with all this omnibus package for the Commission, sector by sector, European preference, capital market union, and dismantling of the tariff between US and Europe. Because in such a context, what doesn't make sense is to have tariffs between allies.
Right.
We have to fix the war in Ukraine. We have to help the Ukrainians to resist and find a sustainable peace. We have to fix prosperity in democracies. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy. This is, I do regret that, but this is a consequence of just unpredictability and useless aggressivity. So what we have to do is to remain very calm, all of us. We have such an agenda with so many opportunities and so many challenges. So let's be focused on peace in Europe. Everybody should be focused to help the Ukrainians to have a sustainable peace. Level playing field and fixing the issues and these imbalances with China, because it's an issue for the Europeans and the Americans. And third, let's be focused on more competitiveness in Europe and this big acceleration, full stop.
Throughout the sessions today, and I think during the week, AI is going to be the dominant conversation. And the question is, how does AI develop in Europe? I know there was one conversation already being held on that. What is your vision of AI for France specifically?
Look, we are a strong believer, and 1 year ago we organized this AI summit in Paris, and we are one of the most vibrant ecosystems in Europe. We really believe and we are committed on AI because we already think that this is a game changer, not just in terms of productivity precisely and growth, but because this is a true revolution. We have assets in order to do so.
You have a grid and you have power too.
We have power.
And a grid.
And low carbon energy.
Yeah.
No need to have new, coal plants or oil production in order to deliver the capacities for AI. This is important. We have 90 terawatt-hour available for more AI activities. We have a national grid, super pilotable. Third, we have available capacities for more data centers and computing capacities. And we are delivering the agenda announced 1 year ago. So we are building these capacities, and Europe was lagging behind the US and others on this field. We have talents, very good data scientists, mathematicians, and so on, and we are increasing our training programs and our capacities, and we have several hubs being identified. And we have a critical ecosystem with LLM champions, but as well, we have startup on AI and quantum, I don't forget them, which are extremely present in all these different fields. One of the best evidence of the attractiveness and this vibrant ecosystem is that Yann LeCun when he decided to leave Meta and set up his own company, established it in France.
Right.
A few weeks ago, which is for me a good evidence.
Big win.
A big win, and we will do our best to help him to work. This is a global company, but incorporated in France and established in France with these talents. So we have all these assets. But what is important for me now is to invest, to help all the startups and the companies in this sector to do much more and to increase, but to do my best in order to make sure that their domestic market is the EU market and not just the French one.
Right.
And when we speak about strengthening the single market, this is this point. And this is a game changer, because it means your domestic market is not just 68 million inhabitants, but 450 million. It's super important.
And it's important for Europe to have that unified grid, which it does not have yet.
Exactly.
So, with the remaining time, is there any one message that you really want to push over the course of your remaining term that really will resonate, not just resonate for France, but resonate for the world?
Look, I really believe that we are in these very challenging times, and you mentioned some of these challenges in your speech. I did in mind, and unhappily, we were even not totally complete. And at the same time, we see the level of investment in this world, in the current environment, and the ongoing revolution. This level of investment has no comparison with what happened during the past years, not to say decades. So my main message would be, let's not be shy. Let's not be divided. Let's not accept a global order which will be decided by those who claim to have I would say, the bigger voice or the bigger stick or the bigger one, I don't know. But let's focus on just common interests and common challenges. We know what we have to fix: growth, peace, climate. And we should not forget climate in this current agenda. We want peace, we want growth, we want climate. And investment, innovation, everything should be dedicated to fix these three issues. And in order to fix these three issues, let's focus on the key investments, the key innovation, but our ability to cooperate as well. And let's be clear, Davos was founded for restoring a global discussion, having a global discussion between business leaders, but as well governments and so on. A global discussion is a discussion where everybody is respected and where you provide an improvement and a way forward for every place and every people in this world. This is the only way to make it sustainable. And I think this is the right way to do. And even if this is less present in the global debate today, we should focus much more on this approach. More cooperation, and let's focus on our key challenge to deliver peace, prosperity, and decarbonization of our economies for our fellow citizens. This is our duty. As business leaders, as head of states and governments, and we have everything in order to deliver this agenda. Just let's be coordinated. Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens. Full stop.
We ran out of time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, for his wisdom, but most importantly, for your humanity and your leadership.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
We are now going to continue the proceeding of this morning with the presence of the Vice Prime Minister of China, the Right Honorable Hu Yifeng, and we are going to give him the floor to participate. But first, we'll have to understand that there's a couple of minutes delay because, as you have probably heard, the traffic is quite intense in town. Sorry about that. And now I'm very happy to invite the Prime Minister to come here to give his remarks.
首先向各位抱歉，因为刚才
First, an apology. Because of the intense traffic, I was a little bit late. Sorry about that.
赫夫曼主席、
Chairman Andre Hoffman,
芬克主席、
Chairman Lawrence Fink,
布伦德总裁、尊敬
President
的各位嘉
Jorge
宾、
Grande,
女士们，先
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning.
高兴来到美丽的达沃斯
It gives me great pleasure to join you in beautiful Davos for the World Economic Forum annual meeting.
围绕对话的精神，
Under the theme A Spirit of Dialogue,
各方相互倾听，
it is timely that we listen to each other, learn from each other, and build stronger trust with each other.
2017年
In 2017,
逆全球化的思潮，
facing backlash against globalization, President Xi Jinping gave an incisive answer to the question, what has gone wrong with the world and what should we do about it here in Davos? As he pointed out, any attempt to channel the waters in the ocean back into isolated lakes and creeks is simply not possible and runs counter to the historical trend.
习近平主席的重要讲话，
His important speech offered much enlightenment
方面
and
为世界带来的。
brought the world some sunshine, as the World Economic Forum described.
习近平主
In 2021, President Xi proposed that we should let the torch of multilateralism light up humanity's way forward.
2022年
1 year later, on the major question of how to rebuild from COVID, President Xi underscored that amidst the rage and torrents of a global crisis, countries are not riding separately in some 190 small boats, but are rather all in a giant ship on which our shared destiny hinges. Over 9 years, guided by President Xi's important remarks, China has consistently acted on the vision of a community with a shared future for humanity and remained steadfast in supporting multilateralism and free trade. Today, President Xi's insights continue to resonate and remain as inspiring as ever.
当前世界百年
As we speak, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the world. Rising unilateralism and protection, compounded by the impacts of regional conflicts and geopolitics, are bringing new changes to the global economic and trade order. In particular, since last year, tariff and trade wars have inflicted significant shocks on the world economy and posed serious challenges to multilateralism and free trade.
面对世界之变，
In response to the changes of the world of our times and in the dynamics, President Xi has put forward the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and last year, the Global Governance Initiative.
要团结
Pooling consensus and strength for solidarity and cooperation over division and confrontation, and providing
世界面临
China's
问题，
solution to the common problems of the world.
结合当前的形势，
In light of the current situation, I wish to share a few observations. First, we should firmly support free trade and jointly promote a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization.
经济全球化
Economic globalization, driven by international specialization, collaboration, complementary strengths, and the pursuit of win-win, is a prevailing trend of history. It has benefited many countries, including China, and enabled them to achieve fast development.
关税战，
On the contrary, tariff and trade wars have no winners.
提高全球的生产
Beyond driving up costs for production and trade, they fragment the world economy and disrupt the global distribution of resources.
贸易组织研究表明，
WTO data shows that the share of global trade under most favored nation terms has dropped
出的80%，
from 80% at the beginning of last year to 72%.
经组织测算，
The IMF estimates that economic fragmentation can reduce global economic output by about 7%. That is in no country's interest. While economic globalization is not perfect and may cause some problems, we cannot completely reject it and retreat to self-imposed isolation. The right approach should be and can only be to find solutions together through dialogue and steer economic globalization in the correct direction. China advocates a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. We are committed to building bridges, not walls. We will firmly support trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, and continue to share development opportunities with the world. We will work with all parties to create a bright future of prosperity and development where every country and every community shares the dividends of development. Second, we should firmly safeguard multilateralism and make the international economic and trade order more just and equitable. The multilateral trading system now faces the most serious challenges in years. The unilateral acts and trade deals of certain countries clearly violate the fundamental principles and rules of the WTO and severely impact the global economic and trade order. As President Xi Jinping noted, at difficult times, we must uphold our original commitment to peaceful coexistence and strengthen our confidence in win-win cooperation. Multilateralism is the right way to keep the international order stable and promote humanity's development and progress. The rules must apply equally to everyone. A handful of countries should not enjoy privileges based on their strength, and the world must not return to the law of the jungle where the strong bully the weak. Every country is entitled to defend its legitimate rights and interests. Since joining the WTO, China has strictly followed the organization's rules, earnestly fulfilled its commitments, and taken voluntary steps to contribute more. Last year, it solemnly announced that it will not seek new, special, and differential treatment in current and future negotiations at the WTO. China will continue to firmly uphold the WTO-centered, rules-based multilateral trading system and firmly support the reforms of multilateral institutions, including the WTO and the IMF, with a view to enhancing the authority, effectiveness, and inclusiveness of the multilateral trading system and increasing the representation of the Global South and developing countries. China is glad to see countries reaching trade agreements that are mutually beneficial, but these agreements should comply with WTO rules and not undermine the interests of third parties. Third, we should pursue win-win cooperation, work together to make the pie bigger, and jointly resolve development issues. Currently, world economic growth is lacking momentum. The IMF forecasts global growth of 3.1% for 2026, which is below the pre-COVID average of 3.7%. What is more worrying is that unfairness continues to grow and sustainable development is facing severe challenges. According to a UN report, 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals will not be met by 2030. The pursuit of development should not be a you-lose-I-win zero-sum game. Rather, every party should play its part and get its fair share. Making the pie bigger together is more important than fighting for the pie, and solving problems together is more effective than blaming each other. China is committed to fostering common prosperity with its trading partners through its own development and making the pie bigger for global economy and trade. We never seek trade surplus. On top of being the world's factory, we hope to be the world's market too. However, in many cases, when China wants to buy, others don't want to sell. Trade issues often become security hurdles. On the other hand,
占全球 GDP
services now account for 2/3 of global GDP.
长期以来
China has recorded
顺逆差，
a large deficit in its services trade over the long term, but it never feels being taken advantage of.
愿意发挥超
We will
大规模市
give
场优势，
full play to our supersized market, step up our efforts to expand import, and strengthen industrial cooperation so that countries can better share in China's opportunities.
第四，
Fourth,
坚持相互尊
we
重，
should uphold mutual respect and equal-footed consultation
妥善管控分歧。
and manage differences and solve problems through dialogue.
过去一年，
Last year,
中美经贸关系经历了一些波折，
economic and trade relations between China and the United States went through some ups and downs.
和4次通话共识的引领下，
Guided by the common understandings of the two presidents, from their meeting in Busan and 4 phone calls, Chinese and U.S. teams had 5 rounds of consultation and economic trade issues. Following the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, they properly handled some outstanding issues
经贸关系
and
总体的稳定，
kept the economic and trade relationship generally stable.
证明
Facts have demonstrated once again that China and the United States will gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation,
相互成就，
and that they should and can help each other succeed and prosper together.
与世界。
The trade talks
中美经贸促
also showed that as long as the two sides engage in equal-footed consultation
相互之间能够平等协商，相向
and work in the same direction,
提多。
there will always be more solutions than problems.
而远，世界各国社会
To be frank, it's normal for countries with different social systems, stages of development, histories, and cultures
发展和交流交往
to encounter divergences and frictions as they develop and interact.
只是误解，
But sometimes these are merely misunderstandings.
要秉持平等、
The key is to uphold the spirit of equality, respect, and mutual benefit,
对话、真富
build trust through dialogue,
以磋商
and resolve disputes through consultation.
对立中找答案。
Instead of looking for answers from confrontation or antagonism, we must find a way out through communication and consultation and explore the path of win-win and all-win. China is a trading partner, not a rival for other countries.
是对世界
And China's development presents an opportunity, not a threat, to the world's economy.
合作中出现的一些分歧
When it comes to differences and misunderstandings in international economic and trade cooperation, China calls for equal consultation to enhance mutual trust, bridge differences, and solve problems. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, over the past 5 years, the Chinese economy has made steady progress. We have deepened reform and opening up, continued to expand the consumer market, made solid headway in developing new quality productive forces, and accelerated the green and low-carbon transition.
4左右的平均增速，
With an average annual growth rate of around 5.4%, China's economy has expanded to 140 trillion RMB yuan, contributing approximately 30% to global economic growth. Over the past 5 years, China has imported
超过
over $15 trillion worth of goods and services. Its overseas investment has generated over $300 billion of tax revenue, created numerous jobs, and boosted local economic growth.
基础稳，
The Chinese economy is on solid foundations, demonstrating advantages in many areas, strong resilience, and great potential.
主要
China's development has been achieved mainly through reform, opening up, and innovation, rather than so-called government subsidies.
经济发展虽然也面临一些
Admittedly, we do face some old and new problems and challenges, but they are predominantly the growing pains of our development and transition, and we are working hard on them, and we are fully confident and capable of tackling all kinds of risks and challenges.
去年10月，中国共产党
Last October, the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held its 4th plenary session and adopted the recommendations for the 15th five-year plan, laying out the top-level design and strategic blueprint for China's economic and social development in the next 5 years.
习近平主席
China will further apply the new development philosophy of innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development put forward by President Xi Jinping, work faster to foster a new development paradigm with domestic circulation as the mainstay and domestic and international circulations reinforcing each other. fully tap into the potential of our supersized market with 1.4 billion people and strive for new progress in high-quality development. We will improve our market rules and institutional safeguards and provide more opportunities for China will actively expand domestic demand and share with the world the opportunities in its vast market. Currently, China is the world's second largest consumer market, and in many segments, such as automobile, mobile phone, and home appliances, it is already the largest one. But its per capita consumer spending is still below that of developed economies. As China's middle-income group continues to grow, there will be more and more diverse needs for a higher quality of life, which means immense potential for consumption. China has put domestic demand on top of its economic agenda this year and is working faster on an income growth plan for both urban and rural residents to vigorously boost consumption and make itself a consumption powerhouse on top of a manufacturing powerhouse. China will continuously promote investment in both physical assets and in human capital, actively expand investment and consumption in such areas as education, medical services, and elderly care, and create more space for consumption. We will continue to host events such as the China International Import Expo, further expand import, and encourage more quality products across the globe to enter the Chinese market. We encourage businesses from around the world to seize the opportunities presented by our expanding domestic demand, provide more and better products and services, and further explore China's consumer market so as to gain a head start in the fierce international competition. China will steadfastly expand opening up and share with the world the opportunities from its high standard opening up. Reform and opening up is China's fundamental state policy. China will open its door still wider to the world. China will actively expand voluntary opening up, align with high standard international economic and trade rules, expand market access and open more areas, particularly in the service sector, and step up our efforts to attract and utilize foreign investment. China will continue to foster a market-oriented, law-based and world-class business environment, provide equal treatment for both domestic and foreign enterprises, and make the demand list of businesses a service list of the government. Should foreign enterprises encounter any problems in China, please do not hesitate to inform us and we will actively address them. China is committed to deepening international industrial specialization and collaboration, keeping global industrial and supply chains secure and stable, and building a global market of shared benefits. We welcome foreign enterprises to invest in China and share in China's opportunities. We also hope governments of other countries can provide a fair, non-discriminatory, transparent, and predictable investment environment for Chinese enterprises. China will accelerate sci-tech innovation and share with the world the opportunities from its innovation-driven development. The latest round of technological revolution and industrial transformation is unfolding at a faster pace, creating new historical opportunities. Innovation is an essential engine for China's high-quality economic development, and Chinese modernization must be underpinned by modernization in science and technology. Currently, China has the biggest number of researchers and international patent applications. There are diverse scenarios for application and a sound environment for innovation. And now AI is empowering various sectors. China will continue to promote full integration between technological and industrial innovation, strengthen the protection and application of intellectual property rights, and stimulate the vitality of all innovators. Scientific and technological progress cannot be achieved without international cooperation, and innovation brings both opportunities and risks. China is ready to work with all other countries in the spirit of openness and cooperation to advance sci-tech innovation, empower the world economy, and address global challenges in such areas as AI governance. China's innovation-driven development not only serves itself, but also benefits the world. We welcome companies from around the world to deepen cooperation with China on innovation and sharing the opportunities presented by innovation-driven development. China will pursue green development and share with the world the opportunities from green and low-carbon transition. At the UN Climate Summit last September, President Xi Jinping solemnly announced China's 2035 nationally determined contributions. This is the first time that China put forward an absolute emissions reduction target, which is a testament to China's firm resolve and maximum effort. China has put in place the world's largest renewable energy system and the most complete new energy industrial chain. We will control both the total amount and intensity of carbon emissions across the board and strive to achieve carbon peaking before 2030 and carbon neutrality before 2060. China will work with all other parties to fully and effectively implement the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, uphold the multilateral process on climate change, and actively promote global green and low-carbon development. China will work with all parties to foster closer partnerships for green development, address the shortfall in green production capacity, and ensure the free flow of quality green products globally. We invite enterprises from all over the world to embrace the opportunities from green and low-carbon transition, work closely with China in such areas as green infrastructure, green energy, green minerals, and green finance, and jointly create a green and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the wisdom of Davos lies in dialogue, and the future of the world hinges on cooperation. As President Xi Jinping noted, for us to break through the mist and embrace a bright future, the biggest strength comes from cooperation, and the most effective way is through solidarity. Let us uphold the vision of a community with a shared future for humanity, carry forward a spirit of dialogue, enhance openness and cooperation, and steer the giant ship of the world economy steadily forward on the vast blue ocean, breaking all winds and waves. Let's build a better future for all. I wish this annual meeting a full success. Thank you.
So, Vice Premier He, I really appreciated your words. The wisdom of Davos is dialogue. You underlined also strongly the importance of a win-win approach. And also, you underlined the importance of China increasing demand in its domestic economy. When China was first in Davos, in beginning of the 80s, China was 2% of the global GDP. Today, China is close to 20% of the global GDP. So it is a very important the path also then China is following. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank you. Thank you also for your leadership, and I think many of us will also have the pleasure of joining you in the summer and Summer Davos in Dalian this year. So thank you very much, Mr. Vice Premier.
China is glad to see countries reaching trade agreements that are mutually beneficial, but these agreements should comply with WTO rules and not undermine the interests of third parties. Third, we should pursue win-win cooperation, work together to make the pie bigger, and jointly resolve development issues. Currently, world economic growth is lacking momentum. The IMF forecasts global growth of 3.1% for 2026, which is below the pre-COVID average of 3.7%. What is more worrying is that unfairness continues to grow and sustainable development is facing severe challenges. According to a UN report, 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals will not be met by 2030. The pursuit of development should not be a you lose, I win, zero-sum game. Rather, every party should play its part and get its fair share. Making the pie bigger together is more important than fighting for the pie, and solving problems together is more effective than blaming each other. China is committed to fostering common prosperity with its trading partners through its own development and making the pie bigger for global economy and trade. We never seek trade surplus. On top of being the world's factory, we hope to be the world's market too. However, in many cases, when China wants to buy, others don't want to sell. Trade issues often become security hurdles. On the other hand, services now account for 2/3 of global GDP. China has recorded a large deficit in its services trade over the long term, but it never feels being taken advantage of. We will give full play to our supersized market, step up our efforts to expand import and strengthen industrial cooperation so that countries can better share in China's opportunities. Fourth, we should uphold mutual respect and equal-footed consultation and manage differences and solve problems through dialogue. Last year, economic and trade relations between China and the United States went through some ups and downs. Guided by the common understandings of the two presidents from their meeting in Busan and 4 phone calls, Chinese and U.S. teams had 5 rounds of consultation and economic trade issues. Following the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, they properly handled some outstanding issues and kept the economic and trade relationship generally stable. Facts have demonstrated once again that China and the United States will gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation, and that they should and can help each other succeed and prosper together. The trade talks also showed that as long as the two sides engage in equal-footed consultation and work in the same direction, there will always be more solutions than problems.
To be frank, it's normal for countries with different social systems, stages of development, histories and cultures to encounter divergences and frictions as they develop and interact. But sometimes these are merely misunderstandings. The key is to uphold the spirit of equality, respect, and mutual benefit, build trust through dialogue, and resolve disputes through consultation. Instead of looking for answers from confrontation or antagonism, we must find a way out through communication and consultation and explore the path of win-win and all-win. China is a trading partner, not a rival for other countries. And China's development presents an opportunity, not a threat, to the world's economy. When it comes to differences and misunderstandings in international economic and trade cooperation, China calls for equal consultation to enhance mutual trust, bridge differences, and solve problems. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, over the past 5 years, the Chinese economy has made steady progress. We have deepened reform and opening up, continued to expand the consumer market, made solid headway in developing new quality productive forces, and accelerated the green and low-carbon transition. With an average annual growth rate of around 5.4%, China's economy has expanded to 140 trillion RMB, contributing approximately 30% to global economic growth. Over the past 5 years, China has imported over $15 trillion worth of goods and services. Its overseas investment has generated over $300 billion of tax revenue, created numerous jobs, and boosted local economic growth. The Chinese economy is on solid foundations, demonstrating advantages in many areas, strong resilience, and great potential. China's development has been achieved mainly through reform, opening up, and innovation, rather than so-called government subsidies. Admittedly, we do face some old and new problems and challenges, but they are predominantly the growing pains of our development and transition, and we are working hard on them, and we are fully confident and capable of tackling all kinds of risks and challenges. Last October, the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held its fourth plenary session and adopted the recommendations for the 15th Five-Year Plan, laying out the top-level design and strategic blueprint for China's economic and social development in the next 5 years. China will further apply the new development philosophy of innovative, coordinated, green, open, and shared development put forward by President Xi Jinping, work faster to foster a new development paradigm with domestic circulation as the mainstay and domestic and international circulations reinforcing each other. Fully tap into the potential of our supersized market with 1.4 billion people and strive for new progress in high-quality development. We will improve our market rules and institutional safeguards and provide more opportunities for all other countries. China will actively expand domestic demand and share with the world the opportunities in its vast market. Currently, China is the world's second-largest consumer market, and in many segments, such as automobile, mobile phone, and home appliances, it is already the largest one. But its per capita consumer spending is still below that of developed economies. As China's middle-income group continues to grow, there will be more and more diverse needs for a higher quality of life, which means immense potential for consumption. China has put domestic demand on top of its economic agenda this year and is working faster on an income growth plan for both urban and rural residents to vigorously boost consumption and make itself a consumption powerhouse on top of a manufacturing powerhouse. China will continuously promote investment in both physical assets and in human capital, actively expand investment and consumption in such areas as education, medical services, and elderly care, and create more space for consumption. We will continue to host events such as the China International Import Expo, further expand import, and encourage more quality products across the globe to enter the Chinese market. We encourage businesses from around the world to seize the opportunities presented by our expanding domestic demand, provide more and better products and services, and further explore China's consumer market so as to gain a head start in the fierce international competition. China will steadfastly expand opening up and share with the world the opportunities from its high standard opening up. Reform and opening up is China's fundamental state policy. China will open its door still wider to the world. China will actively expand voluntary opening up, align with high standard international economic and trade rules, expand market access and open more areas, particularly in the service sector, and step up our efforts to attract and utilize foreign investment. China will continue to foster a market-oriented, law-based, and world-class business environment, provide equal treatment for both domestic and foreign enterprises, and make the demand list of businesses a service list of the government. Should foreign enterprises encounter any problems in China, please do not hesitate to inform us and we will actively address them. China is committed to deepening international industrial specialization and collaboration, keeping global industrial and supply chains secure and stable, and building a global market of shared benefits. We welcome foreign enterprises to invest in China and share in China's opportunities. We also hope governments of other countries can provide a fair, non-discriminatory, transparent, and predictable investment environment for Chinese enterprises. China will accelerate sci-tech innovation and share with the world the opportunities from its innovation-driven development. The latest round of technological revolution and industrial transformation is unfolding at a faster pace.
CRI is adopting strategies like ensuring that the children and their parents find education as important, ensure that they are equipped with a set of life skills and other skills like digital skills so that they stay in school and they are able to go and move towards a different future.
Creating new historical opportunities. Innovation is an essential engine for China's high-quality economic development, and Chinese modernization must be underpinned by modernization in science and technology. Currently, China has the biggest number of researchers and international patent applications. There are diverse scenarios for application and a sound environment for innovation. And now AI is empowering various sectors. China will continue to promote full integration between technological and industrial innovation, strengthen the protection and application of intellectual property rights, and stimulate the vitality of all innovators. Scientific and technological progress cannot be achieved without international cooperation, and innovation brings both opportunities and risks. China is ready to work with all other countries in the spirit of openness and cooperation to advance sci-tech innovation, empower the world economy, and address global challenges in such areas as AI governance. China's innovation-driven development not only serves itself, but also benefits the world. We welcome companies from around the world to deepen cooperation with China on innovation and sharing the opportunities presented by innovation-driven development. China will pursue green development and share with the world the opportunities from green and low-carbon transition. At the UN Climate Summit last September, President Xi Jinping solemnly announced China's 2035 nationally determined contributions. This is the first time that China put forward an absolute emissions reduction target, which is a testament to China's firm resolve and maximum effort. China has put in place the world's largest renewable energy system and the most complete new energy industrial chain. We will control both the total amount and intensity of carbon emissions across the board and strive to achieve carbon peaking before 2030 and carbon neutrality before 2060. China will work with all other parties to fully and effectively implement the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, uphold the multilateral process on climate change, and actively promote global green and low-carbon development. China will work with all parties to foster closer partnerships for green development, address the shortfall in green production capacity, and ensure the free flow of quality green products globally. We invite enterprises from all over the world to embrace the opportunities from green and low-carbon transition, work closely with China in such areas as green infrastructure, green energy, green minerals, and green finance, and jointly create a green and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the wisdom of Davos lies in dialogue, and the future of the world hinges on cooperation. As President Xi Jinping noted, for us to break through the mist and embrace a bright future, the biggest strength comes from cooperation, and the most effective way is through solidarity. Let us uphold the vision of a community with a shared future for humanity, carry forward a spirit of dialogue, enhance openness and cooperation, and steer the giant ship of the world economy steadily forward on the vast blue ocean, breaking all winds and waves. Let's build a better future for all. I wish this annual meeting a full success. Thank you.
So, Vice Premier He, I really appreciated your words. The wisdom of Davos is dialogue. You underlined also strongly the importance of a win-win approach. And also, you underlined the importance of China increasing demand in its domestic economy. When China was first in Davos in beginning of the 80s, China was 2% of the global GDP. Today, China is close to 20% of the global GDP. So it is a very important the path also then China is following. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank you. Thank you also for your leadership, and I think many of us will also have the pleasure of joining you in the summer and Summer Davos in Dalian this year. So thank you very much, Mr. Vice Premier.
The subject I'm going to talk about today is war and international politics. And this is actually a talk I gave only once before, and it was the Richard K. Betts inaugural lecture at Columbia University this past November. I want to make it clear as I start that when I talk about war and international politics, I'm really talking about great power war. And it's important to understand that during the unipolar moment, which ran from roughly 1991 when the Soviet Union went down the toilet bowl until about 2017, we lived in a world where there was a single great power, which was the United States of America. That's why it was called the unipolar moment. And if you live in a unipolar world, you can't have great power politics because there's only one great power. So you can't have great power politics by definition. But we now live in a multipolar world. There are three great powers out there, the United States, China, and Russia. And we live effectively in a multipolar world. And that means that great power politics is back on the table. You can have security competition and you can have war among those great powers. And I think the subject of war and international politics, great power war and international politics, is a subject you want to think long and hard about. It's a lot like nuclear deterrence. When guys like Mike and I were young, we knew all about nuclear war, we knew about nuclear deterrence, we knew a ton about great power politics because we lived in a bipolar world. It was dominated by the US-Soviet competition. The world that most of you grew up in was the unipolar world. There was one great power. You weren't worried about nuclear war among the great powers. You weren't worried about great power security competition or great power war because it was largely irrelevant. But that world has gone away, and we're now in a multipolar world. And it's a quite dangerous world, as you have surely figured out, and it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. But that's not my subject today. Now, the perspective I'm going to offer you on war and international politics is a realist perspective. As I'm sure everybody here knows, I'm a realist, and I'm a particular kind of realist. Mike and I have fundamental disagreements about how the world works, even though Mike is a realist. So you should understand that you're getting a particular realist perspective on the subject. Now, my talk is going to have three themes, and I'm basically addressing three issues. I want to talk first about just the essence of international politics. I want to talk a lot about the essence of politics. Two, I want to talk about the decision to go to war, when great powers decide to go to war, how they think about it. And then third, I want to talk about escalation in war. Okay, and let me just briefly tell you what the three themes are, because I'm a big believer. It's very important to have a framework in your mind to begin with that you can then use to keep track of the various detailed arguments that I'm laying out. With regard to the essence of international politics, my first point, I'm arguing that war is the dominating feature of international politics. It really matters enormously. It matters in terms of influencing how leaders think, and it influences how states interact with each other, whether you're talking about an actual war or the fact that war is sitting there in the background. It is the dominating feature. And therefore, international politics, I will argue at some length, is an intensely competitive enterprise at its core. Intensely competitive enterprise at its core. So that's my first theme. My second theme, which actually runs against the conventional wisdom, is, and this is all about the decision to go to war, is that war is an extension of politics by other means. This is Clausewitz's famous argument. And it's a tool of statecraft. And it has little to do with ethics, it has little to do with morals, has little to do with international law. States go to war when they think it's in their national interest. This means, very importantly, there are two kinds of wars that are acceptable and to be expected in international politics: preventive war and wars of opportunity. That runs against the conventional wisdom, as I'll explain in great detail, in the United States of America and in the West more generally today, where those two
kinds of wars, preventive wars and wars of opportunity, are ruled out of bounds, according to just war theory and international law, right? And then the third theme has to do with escalation in war. And this is an argument that once you get into a war in the modern age, there's a very powerful tendency for wars to escalate to their extreme level, to their absolute level, to get total wars. Right? It's one of the main themes in Clausewitz. We don't have time to talk about this today, but if I gave you a lecture on Clausewitz, this is written all over that book. He understands that tendency to escalate. And what happens when you get in a war with that tendency to escalate is that military considerations end up dominating political considerations. Remember, with regard to my second point, I said, apropos Clausewitz, war is an extension of politics by other means. That means war, military factors, are subordinated to political considerations. But the escalation argument is that once you get into a war, once you're in it, right, the powerful tendency that exists to escalate means that political considerations get subordinated to military considerations. And my argument is this is not good under any circumstances, but it is certainly not good in the nuclear era where you want the politicians, the policymakers in charge to make sure that that war doesn't spin out of control. Okay? So those are the three basic themes that I want to develop in my talk. Okay. So let's start with the first theme, which is that war is at the core of international politics. You want to remember here, what we're talking about is the relationship between war and politics. And as we go along here, you want to just think in your mind what war, but more importantly, what politics is all about. You know, I never thought much about politics. And what if you would ask me to define politics anywhere in my life up to the time I was about 68 years old, I wouldn't have known what to tell you. What is politics? You know, how do you define politics? How do you think about politics? You want to think about politics, what it means. You want to think about international politics, and then you want to think about how war and international politics are related. Right? These are big picture issues, right? So. Again, as you heard me say in my setup remarks, that war is the most important feature of international politics, and it influences how leaders think, right? It's there all the time. It's constantly influencing them, and it influences how states interact with each other, right? They're greatly influenced by this phenomenon. Now, my argument is not that we live in a constant state of war. Obviously, we don't live in a constant state of war, right? My argument is we live, again, we're talking about great powers, in a state of constant security competition. Great powers always engage in security competition. Sometimes it's more intense and sometimes it's less intense, but they always engage in security competition. And sitting in the background is the possibility of war. The United States and the Soviet Union competed constantly for security during the Cold War, and there was the ever-present danger of war sitting in the background. Furthermore, there is no question that war is an absolutely destructive and dangerous enterprise. Its horribleness is in good part what makes it so important. So I want to make it clear here, I'm not saying that this is a sport. This is like playing a football game. This is like playing the Super Bowl. This is a completely different kind of phenomenon, incredibly destructive, incredibly horrible. And furthermore, it's not only the fact that lots of damage, lots of destruction is inflicted on you in a war, or can be inflicted on you in a war, it's also the fact that the survival of the state is at risk. You never want to underestimate the importance of that dimension of the story. Survival really matters. But given how destructive war is, and given the fact that it threatens the survival of states, unsurprisingly, states have gone to great lengths over time to do away with war, to outlaw war, to figure a way to get rid of it. But you know what? They failed at every turn. They never got rid of it. And they're never going to get rid of it. It's going to be there forever. Right? So the question is, why is this the case? You want to think about this. Why haven't we been able to get rid of war? And I'm going to make two arguments. The first one, it has to do with the nature of politics. And the second is it has to do with the architecture of the system. This is the anarchic nature of international politics. So it's a two-part argument. This is why you can't get rid of war, why it's an ever-present possibility that sometimes manifests itself in actual fighting. There are two reasons. The first has to do with the nature of politics. And this is what I was imploring you to think about today and think about in the years ahead. Just what politics is all about. Politics, as Barack Obama, right, and Bill Clinton said, is a contact sport. It's a nasty business. Politics is all about fundamental disagreements on first principles, fundamental differences about questions regarding the good life. And these fundamental differences that individuals or societies or states have are sometimes so profound that people want to kill each other. Just go back to the religious wars in Europe way back when, Catholics and Protestants killing each other in huge numbers, right? Just mattered so much to them. The abortion issue, an incredibly complicated issue. There are lots of people running around in the land who believe in or don't believe in abortion who would like to kill some people on the other side. It's a contact sport, right? These differences really matter. Look at the fights over Supreme Court appointments. Look at how all of these anti-Trump people feel about the possibility of him getting reelected. My wife was basically a Republican. You mentioned the possibility of Trump winning, and she gets mad at me. I said, what are you getting mad at me? I didn't vote for him last time. I'm not going to vote for him this time. She's just so infuriated at the thought of this guy getting reelected, right? And by the way, there are lots of people on the other side. You get my brothers talking about Hillary Clinton. Oh boy, right? I'm just saying, what you have to understand, the intensity and the enmity that comes with politics is not to be underestimated, which is why Clinton and Obama both said it's a contact sport. And I have a similar quote from Newt Gingrich. That's why to make politics work, you have to have compromises. You want to understand that there are no solutions to lots of disagreements about first principles, right? There's just no solutions. There are always these intense disagreements. And the question is, how do you deal with them? Inside a state, inside the United States of America, inside Japan, inside France, you deal with it by creating a state. And that state protects people. It allows them to disagree, but it protects person A from an attack from person B, and vice versa, right? So you have a state. But this gets to my point about the architecture. In the international system, there's no higher authority. There's no higher authority to protect these states, which sometimes have fundamental disagreements. So, what this says is you can't take war off the table. You understand? You can't take war off the table. Remember I said politics is all about the fact that you have fundamental disagreements between individuals, between societies, between groups in society, between states. You have fundamental disagreements. And those disagreements are sometimes so profound that A wants to attack B and kill it, right? You can't take war off the table because there is no higher authority. Inside the state, you can take murder off the table. You can take killing off the table in large part, certainly in those areas where the higher authority has presence. But you can't do that in international politics. And when you add to that the destructiveness of war and the fact that your very survival might be threatened, right? You can see where that leads you, right? Politics, right, is naturally an unremittingly competitive and intense enterprise. It's unremittingly competitive and intense. And that's inside the black box. That's inside the state. And then you take it out into the international system where there's no higher authority, and that competitiveness, that intensity is ramped up even more. So this is sort of my basic point to start with, that when you talk about war in international politics, you can see where, given the nature of international politics, as it applies to the international system and the presence of war, you can see how those two things go together. And again, just bring in the survival motive, right? Your survival is threatened as a state. Furthermore, just the destructiveness that's involved, right? So let me make my argument crystal clear by making three additional points. First is, I'm not saying that cooperation is impossible. You could have cooperation. You can have two states that are great powers that are competing with each other that can cooperate. During the Cold War, my favorite example is on the issue of nuclear proliferation. The United States and the Soviet Union both had a vested interest in making sure that there was zero nuclear proliferation. We took a while, but we eventually created a proliferation regime, really starting in the late 60s. The NPT was 1968. Nuclear Suppliers Group was formed in 1975. And we basically did a great job, the United States and the Soviet Union, cooperating to shut down nuclear proliferation, in good part. Did we continue to compete at the security level? You better believe we did. Did we continue looking for every opportunity we could find to screw the Soviets coming and going? You better believe we did. Were we glad to usher them down the toilet bowl in the late 1980s, early 1990s? You better believe we were. That's the way great power politics works. The United States is a ruthless great power. The Soviet Union was a ruthless great power. We never stopped engaging in security competition, which again is not to say you can't have some cooperation. You can have cooperation, but that cooperation takes place under the shadow of security competition. Just a quick word about international economics. If you think about international economics and you compare it with international politics, certainly as a realist like me understands international politics, international economics pays no attention to survival, pays no attention to international anarchy. All these terms that we use don't apply there. They're interested in cooperation on a large scale. That's what globalization is all about. And the idea is if globalization works, everybody gets richer. Prosperity really matters to them. Whereas somebody like me focuses laser-like on the concept of survival, they focus laser-like on the concept of prosperity, right? Cooperation matters greatly to international economists, right? Because they're not paying attention to survival. They're not paying attention to security competition. And they could get away with that during the unipolar moment because, again, great power politics was taken off the table. But we're back in a very different world now. So my argument is that when push comes to shove, international politics trumps international economics when the two are in conflict. My third point, I want to be very clear. I am not making the argument that great power wars are likely. That's not my argument. My argument is the great power war sits in the background most of the time, and great power war, nevertheless, has a profound influence on how states behave. And the reason that great power war is not likely dovetails with another point that I made to you folks, and that is that war is so destructive. War is so horrible. The fact that it is so destructive, the fact that it is so horrible, makes it very difficult to get states to initiate it, right? And what drives that, its destructiveness, is nationalism, industrialization, and the nuclear revolution, or nuclear weapons, right? Nationalism makes wars very destructive, right? Because you're able to create mass armies and you're able to motivate those armies to hate the other, a lot of otherness at the core of nationalism. So nationalism makes wars highly destructive. Industrialization, all these weapons that are designed to kill people, running around out on the modern battlefield with all these weapons that are highly sophisticated and maximize the chances they're going to kill you. Whoa, right? So a very industrialization. And then, of course, nuclear weapons, right? Nuclear weapons, they're called weapons of mass destruction for very good reason. So nationalism, industrialization, and nuclear weapons make war incredibly destructive. And that makes war less likely. You understand the point? It makes it less likely. But nevertheless, it makes it as important as ever because it sits in the background. It's still a possibility. That's the basic argument that I am making to you. Okay. Let me shift gears now and talk about the decision to go to war. Okay, my second theme. You remember when the Ukraine war started, February 24th, 2022. The Russians clearly invaded Ukraine. The basic argument is that this war was both unjust and illegal. There's just no question that almost everybody thought that the war was wrong, the initiation of the war was wrong and should be condemned. Now, why is that the case? It's because of the domination of a non-Clausewitzian view, which says that international law and just war theory should dictate when states can go to war. And I believe that almost all of you believe this, and I believe that almost everybody who's reasonably well educated and has thought about this in the West believes that there are limited times when you can go to war, or limited circumstances when you can go to war. And those three circumstances, and this is an argument based on just war theory and international law, is you can initiate a war if you have good evidence that the other side is about to attack you. This is called a preemptive attack, right? Mike is about to attack me. I can see that he has loaded up the shotgun. He's coming after me, and I just get in the first blow. So he's really initiating the war, even though I get in the first blow. That's a preemptive strike. That's okay according to just war theory. That's okay according to international law, most accounts of just war theory. Second is if we get a UN Security Council resolution. I'm unhappy with what Mike is doing. I go to the UN Security Council. I get approval from the UN Security Council. Then I am justified in attacking Mike. Makes perfect sense. Fits neatly with international law. So the first case is a preemptive strike. Second case is UN Security Council resolution. And the third is that you're allowed to initiate a war, intervene, strike into a country if it's engaging in mass murder or genocide. Right? This is the idea if you see what's happening in Rwanda and you decide you're just going to send in the 82nd Airborne, you can do that, right? You're acting according to just war theory. This makes perfect sense to all of you. The two cases, which I've already mentioned before in my setup remarks, where you're not allowed to initiate a war, are number one, a preventive war. This is not preemptive. Remember I talked about preemptive is where Mike's going to attack me and I beat him to the punch. That's preemptive. That's okay. A preventive war is where I see Mike is growing more and more powerful and I want to cut him off at the legs before he becomes too powerful. That's a preventive war, right? The second is a war of opportunity. This is a war where, Mike and I are competitors and I'm thinking about attacking that person over there as a way of gaining more power so that I improve my position relative to Mike. That's a war of opportunity. It's an opportunity to acquire more power, right? Those are verboten. Preventive war, wars of opportunity. They're verboten according to just war theory and according to international law. Now let's just go back to Ukraine. The conventional wisdom in the body politic in the West is that Putin invaded because he was an imperialist. He was interested in gaining more power for Russia, creating a greater Russia, right? It was a war of opportunity. The vast majority of people in the West believed that it was a war of opportunity, right? He was trying to gain more power for Russia, make Russia more powerful, make it a greater Russia, right? That was the argument. That's verboten, and that's why everybody criticized him. I argued, on the other hand, and now a number of others like Jens Stoltenberg, who is the head of NATO, have argued this, that it was a preventive war. My argument is it was a preventive war. He was not going to let Ukraine become part of NATO. He was going to prevent that from happening. So there's, let's call it the John Jens Stoltenberg argument, right? And then there's the conventional wisdom. Both arguments are ruled out of court according to just war theory and international law, right? Neither is acceptable, right? Both are very Clausewitzian arguments, right? So if you think about what's going on here, right, with this non-Clausewitzian argument, remember, Clausewitz doesn't talk about whether anything is morally justified or whether it violates international law. It's a tool of statecraft. Clausewitz says if John sees an opportunity, right, to protect himself in the face of this threat from Mike, or Mike sees a threat to protect himself in the face of a threat from John, Mike and John can do whatever they want. War is it's a tool of statecraft. Let's not get wrapped around the axle about ethics and morals or anything like that. That's the Clausewitzian view. And what you want to understand is that the view that almost all of you, I'm sure, have accepted, right, and the vast majority in the body politic have accepted, is a non-Clausewitzian view. And what's going on here is that we are basically trying to subordinate the conduct of international politics to a moral or legal order. You want to think about what's going on. This is very important. Nobody really puts it in these terms. We are subordinating the conduct of international politics to a set of moral and legal precepts. Right? It's really a radical way of thinking about the initiation of war, right? And it's fundamentally non-Clausewitzian, right? And the example I like to use to highlight this is the case of Michael Walzer's famous book on just war theory. I think it's a terrific book. I've used it for years for teaching purposes, even though I'm a realist. And the book is an attack on realism from the get-go. If my memory's correct, the first chapter is against realism. That's the title of the chapter. He hates realism, right? And he would hate what I have said to you over the past 10 minutes. And it's a defense of just war theory. And it's in many ways a brilliant book. But it has a fundamental flaw in it, which I believe shows you why my logic trumps his logic, why realism trumps Michael Walzer's just war theory. And that is, he, towards the end of the book, makes the case that in a supreme emergency, when you're on the ropes, when it looks like you're going down the tubes, you can abandon just war theory and act like a realist. That's the Walzer argument, right? And he's fully aware that this is a very dangerous argument for him to make, And I'll make it clear to you in a second why it's a very dangerous argument for him to make, because he's leaving a narrow crack in the door open. And you cannot leave a narrow crack in the door open with somebody like me, because I'll go through that. I'll go through that door very quickly, right? So what Walzer is saying, you have to be in really dire straits. You have to be on the verge of being finished off, right? And the threat has to be really of the most serious nature. And then at the last moment, you can turn yourself into a realist and deal with the problem. The problem in Walzer's argument is who in their right mind would wait to the last minute? If you're up against a mortal foe, if you're not up against a mortal foe, you just think you might be up against a mortal foe. You've all read Sebastian's work on intentions, right? Sebastian Rosado will tell you intentions are very hard to divine with a high degree of certainty, to use his rhetoric. How can I be sure what Mike's intentions will be in 20 or 30 years? I can't know. Do I want to wait until he turns into Godzilla? No. Do I want to deal with him now when he's not Godzilla? And maybe when he's a bit weaker than me, right? So you see the problem that Walzer has. Once you say, once you have a chapter that deals with the subject of supreme emergency, and you say that in a supreme emergency, you can throw just war theory down the toilet and you can act like a realist, you leave yourself open to the argument that it's better to act like a realist early rather than at the last moment, where if you're dealing with a highly efficient adversary, that adversary will finish you off, right? So you see, this is why the conduct of international politics can never be subordinated to a moral or legal order. It just can't happen. Now, I want to be very clear here. I'm not saying that there's no room for moral considerations in international politics. My comments may be read to lead in that direction. That's not my argument. I believe that we are all, realists included, moral human beings. I believe that we all have moral compasses. And I believe those moral compasses influence how we think about the world. Okay, I just want to make that clear. You understand why I placed all this emphasis on basic realist logic. But I believe at the same time, we think about the world, or at least people like Mike and I think about the world in realist terms. We also have, each of us, a moral compass. And the interesting question you want to ask yourself is, how does that realist worldview mesh with that set of moral precepts that guide your thinking about international politics? And my argument is there are three possible scenarios. The first is what the moral compass says you should do and the realist compass says you should do line up. And you have no problem fighting a war, even maybe initiating a war, right, if the moral compass and the realist compass line up. And they actually do quite often in international politics. You can do things for realist reasons that make sense from a moral point of view. Fighting against Adolf Hitler in World War II, I think it was the morally correct thing to do. Trying to contain the Soviet Union during the Cold War, I think was the morally correct thing to do. I could point to other examples. So the arrows sometimes line up. There are other cases, this is the second scenario, where moral precepts, where realist precepts just don't apply. During the unipolar moment, there's a genocide in Rwanda. You can easily deal with that genocide from a moral perspective because there are no realist considerations involved. It has no effect on the balance of power. It has nothing to do with great power politics. So there are quite a few cases in international politics, certainly during the unipolar moment, but even in a bipolar or multipolar world, where the balance of power is not affected by the use of military force for moral reasons. Then we come to the third possibility, which is the trick. What happens if moral precepts and realist precepts are at odds with each other? What if your moral compass says do this and your realist compass says do the opposite? Regrettably, you'll do what your realist compass says every time. And the reason you will is because of the nature of international politics and the fact that we operate in an anarchic system. We operate in international anarchy where you have no choice. So my argument is that just war theory and international law, although they are both noble enterprises, and in certain circumstances they make good sense, when it comes to questions of war or peace, there's no way that the conduct of international politics can ever be subordinated to them. Okay, let me go to the third part of my talk, and then I'll stop. Remember I said to you, according to Clausewitz, war is an extension of politics by other means. And this is just another way of saying war is subordinated to politics, right? Politics is the main driving force, and war is subordinated to it. But as I said to you in the setup comments, when you actually get into a war in the modern world, there's a very powerful tendency for those two things to be flipped and for politics to become subordinated to military considerations. And this matters greatly for limited wars, and I'll make clear why that's the case in a minute. If you're going to fight a limited war, you want to keep it limited, it's very important that politics be in the and not military commanders, right? But the tendency pushes in the other direction. When you're fighting limited wars tend to escalate, right? And this really matters in the nuclear world. I think if nuclear weapons are ever used, they will be used in a limited fashion. We can talk more about this in the Q&A if you'd like, because I can tell you how I think nuclear weapons would be used if the United States had to use them in the Cold War, if the Russians used them in Ukraine. They will use them in limited fashion, as we would have used them in limited fashion during the Cold War, had the Soviets or the Warsaw Pact more generally overrun West Germany. So you'll start with a limited nuclear war. Let's hope that never happens, but that's where you start, which is a good thing. But once that limited nuclear war starts, you do not want it escalating. You want to do everything you can to shut it down, to be honest. But if you don't shut it down, you want to keep it limited and then shut it down, right? And for that to happen, politics has to be in the driver's seat, in my opinion. Okay, now, question is, why is John arguing that you have this tendency for politics to become subordinated to military considerations? There are a handful of reasons. First has to do with military leaders. Very important to understand, and this is quite well documented, military leaders like to win decisive victories. This is another way of saying military leaders do not like limited wars. They don't like limited wars for two reasons. They want to go in and win quickly and decisively to minimize the number of their troops who get killed, but also because they are in charge of national security. They are in charge of defending the state. They are in charge of fighting and dying to protect the state. And if there's a threat out there, they'd like to finish that threat off once and for all. Winning a limited victory means that you leave your adversary intact. Right? So military leaders like decisive victories. They don't like limited victories. Furthermore, military leaders do not like civilians telling them how to conduct the war. Military leaders think they are the professionals. They know how the profession of arms works. These civilians are a bunch of dinglings, and they're just going to get us in trouble if they're in charge. And the best way to avoid this is that once the war starts, all responsibility is turned over to us military leaders, or we military leaders, will execute the war, will win a decisive victory, and then will turn control back over to the policymakers, right? And I have some quotes in the paper where there are actually generals making this argument. So you see, military leaders, number one, like decisive victories. That cuts against limited war. Number two, military leaders don't like civilians in the decision-making process. And it's civilians or policymakers who keep wars limited, right? So the military is a big problem here. Well, let's put it in a slightly more cautious way. There's a real tendency for trouble from the military if you get into a war. Second force that pushes for escalation, which I've touched on already, is nationalism. Nationalism, huge problem for escalation. This is written all over Clausewitz's famous tract On War. Just go to Book 8 of On War. What nationalism allows you to do is raise a mass army, and it allows you to value infuse that army in ways where almost everybody hates the other. And in fact, inside the broader society at large, people are value infused to hate the other. Nationalism turns into hyper-nationalism. I'm sure this is easy for all of you to understand, right? And the reason that France was so hard to beat, it took roughly 6 balancing coalitions to finish off France. The war started in 1792. The French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars started in 1792, and they ran to 1815. That's 23 years. It took 23 years to finish off the French. This is what Napoleon's writing about in Book 8 of On War. He saw Napoleon up close. He saw the French army up close. It was an army that was built on nationalism. It was the nation in arms. Think about the nation in arms. It was a really powerful force. And it was bent on dominating all of Europe. And this is why Clausewitz is very, very important for making the argument that war's natural tendency is to escalate to the absolute level. And I believe this is why Clausewitz says that war is an extension of politics by other means. He wants to make it clear that policymakers should put limits on it, because he understood how powerful the tendency was to escalate to absolute war. So nationalism is a huge problem in keeping wars limited. There are other ideologies that matter, right? First of all, you get a case where you have Nazi Germany up against fascist Germany. Actually, against communist Soviet Union. Fascist Germany, Nazi Germany up against the communist Soviet Union, right? That is going to push the war to escalate. And you have nationalism in that case as well. Then you have other ideologies like the United States, right? The United States is a liberal state. It has a crusader mentality. If the United States is in a world where there are not many checks on its ability to use military force, it'll be running all over the world trying to turn countries into democracies, right? And then finally you get eliminationist ideologies like Nazism. It was eliminationist ideology. So you can see, in addition to nationalism, you have this other ideological dimension. And the point that I'm trying to make to you is that what this does is that it pushes states to pursue total victory. And then finally, in comes the dynamics of war. Dynamics of war. First of all, if you win a limited victory, you're going to launch a limited war, you win a limited victory, in many cases, you're then infected by the victory disease. The victory disease says, I did pretty well this first time. Let's escalate and do something else. You know, we originally, when we entered the Korean War, our goal was to push the North Koreans back to the 38th parallel. But then MacArthur launched this brilliant offensive that resulted in the landing at Incheon, and we won this stunning victory, and he and the Truman administration decided that we should cross the 38th parallel and head up towards the Yalu River, right? This is the victory disease. So the point is, talking about the dynamics of war here, that even if you win a limited victory, right, you sometimes are tempted to expand your success. Then there's the whole question, if you fail, if you launch a limited war, you fail, right, then there's a powerful incentive to up the ante so that you can rescue the situation, right? And then finally, there's the phenomenon that Alex Downs talks about in his brilliant book on civilian victimization in war, which is that when you get into a protracted war, when a country gets into a protracted war, it's not on the verge of winning a quick victory. It almost automatically goes on a rampage and starts murdering large numbers of civilians because the view is that's a good way to get out of this protracted war. That's the solution, right? To turn to killing large numbers of people. For those of you who haven't looked at Downs' book, you should really look at it. Because Downs, by the way, concludes that there's no difference between democracies and non-democracies. In fact, he argues, if anything, democracies are more likely to behave in barbaric fashion than non-democracies. But the point is, if you're in a war, you're in a modern war, and your side is stymied and you're looking for a way out, what invariably happens is you turn to killing huge numbers of civilians. Just think about the use of the atomic bombs against Japan in World War II. Japan was on its knees in early August 1945. It was kaput, right? And we thought that to get it to finally surrender, we might have to invade the Japanese home islands. And the thought of invading the Japanese home islands was so antithetical to American policymakers, both in the military and in Washington, that we dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan. Again, the war was won by August 1945. Japan was on its deathbed, but we couldn't get them to say, I quit. Couldn't get them to say, I quit. And we did not want to invade the Japanese home islands. So to avoid those American casualties, this is the Downs point about protracted wars, to avoid those American casualties, we dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan. And, but anyway, so just my bottom line here is that given the interests of military leaders and how they think about the conduct of war, in terms of their views of decisive victories and civilian interference in the enterprise, given nationalism, given other ideologies, and given the dynamics of war, it is difficult to keep wars limited in the modern age. And my argument is that this is of enormous importance when you live in a nuclear world. It's of enormous importance when you live in a non-nuclear world, but it's of even greater importance when you live in a nuclear world, because it's important that we keep that war limited. This is why you want to pay a lot of attention moving forward to understanding the dynamics of escalation. And you want to think about how war ceases to be, right? War ceases to be subordinate to politics in these situations, and that's not a good thing. My conclusion, very quickly, is that conflict is endemic to politics. Conflict is endemic to politics. And to put it in slightly different terms, war is endemic to international politics. This is John's main message. Conflict is endemic to politics. War is endemic to international politics. And once war is endemic to international politics, fear is in the air. Fear that your survival is threatened. Remember, fear that your survival is threatened. There's no Leviathan. There's no night watchman. And once survival is on the table, we're in a Clausewitzian world. Don't tell me you can't have preventive wars. Don't tell me you can't have wars of opportunity. Because in a world where survival is under threat, those two kinds of war. However regrettable this is, they are on the table. Bottom line, war can never be eliminated from international politics, and political considerations will always trump economic considerations, legal considerations, and moral considerations when they are in conflict. Thank you.
A wonderful speech. Two questions, brief. The first, on the matter of origins of great power wars, who speak for offensive realism? Is your theory of you said calculated aggression in the book, the wars of opportunity, or Sebastian's or Del Copeland's preventive war? I think there is some inherent contradiction between the two, like offensive realist explanation of the origin of a great power war. And second, I think Peter Campbell, right, wrote a book in 2020 arguing against the traditional conventional wisdom that the military leaders are less realists than the civilian leaders. He made two arguments. First, the military leaders are often they believe in the core concept of realism more than civilian leaders. And second, they are often on the driver's seat of changing military policy. Like, how do you see this kind of a new challenge?
Don't sit down. Let me just ask you a question. You talked about preventive war and wars of opportunity, and you said there's a contradiction there. I mean, I wasn't sure what your first point was.
Like, who speak for like offensive realist theory of origin of great power wars?
Well, I would just say to you that the argument I tried to make today, and I think most realists would agree with, is that those are two distinct kinds of wars, wars of opportunity and preventive wars. I don't think we disagree there. And almost any realist could or can or does say that those two kinds of wars exist. I think, just to take Dale, I think Dale focuses much more on preventive war than anyone else. I think as an offensive realist, I focus more on wars of opportunity than I do on preventive wars, which I think is getting at what your question is, that these different people think about these things differently. But, you know, there's no reason that you can't think in terms of both. In the book that Sebastian and I wrote, which is very interesting, relevant to his question, Sebastian and I did the World War I case. This is the July crisis in 1914. And I had long argued, don't tell anybody this, that it was a war of opportunity, that really I thought Germany was going for the whole enchilada. But after Sebastian and I spent endless hours going over the case, I think I was wrong. Yeah, I think it was a preventive war, and I think Dale is right on that one. But anyway, I just think these are two logics, and one can emphasize one more than the other, but they fit neatly in the realist canon. Although there are realists like Mike who basically believe that neither one make any sense in the modern world. I'm not picking on him here, but I think it just shows you the point that I tried to make early on, that there are differences among people on this. And your second question was about the military and their attitude towards war. And what was the basic point that you were making there?
Yeah, it's basically Peter Campbell's like 2020 book. I think Professor Desch advised his thesis. Yeah. So there are two arguments. Firstly, like military leaders often believe in the logical realism more than civilian leaders. And secondly, they are often on the driver's seat of national security policy. That's why you see like the U.S. Military policy in the Cold War are broadly aligned with like realist principle.
Okay, I'm just going to make one quick point just so we can get to other people. I want to be clear here that my argument is not that military leaders are more interested in fighting wars than civilians are. There's this widespread belief, I believe, in the West, that militaries love to initiate wars, and thank God we have the civilians, which, by the way, is consistent with my argument, the limited war argument, that you want policymakers in the driver's seat. The argument here, right, is that policymakers don't want to go to war, civilian policymakers, and it's these warmongers in uniform. Actually, I think the opposite is the case. I think civilians are really, in most cases, not all, the warmongers, and the military is a brake on going in. And the key book on this is Dick Betts's book, Statesman, what is it, Statesman?
Soldiers, Statesmen, Cold War.
Yeah, Soldiers, Statesmen, and Cold War Crisis by Richard K. Betts. That was the lecture I gave at Columbia. It was Dick's first book. It was his Harvard PhD dissertation. And Dick's bottom line is that militaries are less reluctant, or excuse me, they're more reluctant to initiate war. But once they get into a war, they want to go for the whole enchilada. They want, as I said, decisive victory. Rose, good.
John, good to see you.
Likewise.
So, I'm interested in your definition of politics, and I like it. It sounds very Schmittian. This idea that it's about fundamental differences that can lead to conflict, right?
It is very Schmittian, as in Carl Schmitt concept of the political.
Right. But that seems to be in tension with Clausewitz and the way that you talk about Clausewitz and political decisions as having to be above military decisions. And the problem with escalation is that military stuff starts to conform to its own logic, right? The logic of war beyond what makes sense for political circumstances. But if you have a definition of politics that has conflict baked in, and that has politicians who are managers of politics engaging in politics as a contact sport, and that if the heart of politics is about being angry enough, having enough fundamental differences that people would fight each other and kill each other, then how does that accord with Clausewitz? It seems like, it seems like it's in tension with your idea that, and Clausewitz's idea, which I agree with, that political managers can pull us back from sort of the absolute wars that can happen, or the total wars that can happen. Thank you.
So the idea is that there's this constant competition that can turn deadly and escalate, and it might even lead to absolute war or total war. And what I'm arguing is that it's very important for the policymakers to be in the driver's seat so they can set limited goals, or in those cases where they set limited goals, it's very important that they be in the driver's seat to keep the war limited, right? That's my argument. And what's the problem that you see? Just
if politicians, so military leaders are managers of violence, right? Politicians are managers of the national interest, right? They're acting in a sort of different way, right? But you've defined politics as being about conflict. You've defined politics as the possibility that you have these fundamental differences where people can get angry at each other, they hate each other, they can kill each other, blah, blah, blah. A politician presumably is an expert in politics, and that's a very violent view of politics. So why would the politician not fall into the same trap as the military person?
Because as a policymaker, you just want to keep a war limited because it makes good political sense. You're in charge of national security broadly defined, and an unlimited war is something that you don't want. I mean, just to go to Joe Biden and dealing with Iran, I do not think, or Joe Biden dealing with Ukraine, right? Joe Biden did not want to get into a war with Russia, right? He wanted to keep the war in Ukraine limited. If he uses military force, Joe Biden, against the Houthis or against Iran, let's say, in the days ahead that he launches a limited set of attacks against Iran, he is going to want to keep that limited. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? And one of the dangers that he faces, One is the nationalism argument. The nationalism argument is these guys killed Americans. Those are our people, right? That's the nationalism argument. But the other thing is the military, they're going to want to take the gloves off in all likelihood, right? You know, military people have been killed, right? If you're going to go in, look, Joe, if we go in there, we want to hammer these people. We want to defeat them. We want to eliminate the Houthi threat, right? This is the problem that you run into. But I don't see I see politicians is a bad word. I see policymakers who represent the political class in a very difficult situation, in part because of nationalism, but also in part because of dealing with the military. That's my argument.
Thank you, Professor Mearsheimer. My name is Colin DeHagen. I had a question regarding your point about the increased lethality of war decreasing the likelihood of conflict, and I wanted to know your opinion on whether or not great powers are increasingly invulnerable, and if so, does that mean that the intrinsic components of the state have increased in importance? I'm inspired by Caitlin Talmadge's work on coup-proofing and how some regimes look inwards for threat rather than outwards. And if you have any thoughts on that as well.
But just start over again. What was the basic point? Because of the increased lethality of war, okay.
Yes, sir.
And what does that do?
Decrease the likelihood of...
Decreases the likelihood. Okay. Are you disagreeing with that?
No.
I'm just trying to... Okay, but so what is the argument?
That if it decreases the likelihood of war, then it means that great powers have a greater incentive to look inwards for threats rather than outwards. You might agree with that.
But the point that this is what the first point I tried to make, it decreases the likelihood, okay? But the threat is there. That's the point. And by the way, Rose, this is the Schmidt point too, right? It's the idea that war is sitting there in the background, right? It's that threat that you can never take your eye off the ball. That's not a very good way of putting it, but you get what I mean, right? You constantly have to pay attention to the possibility, right, that you will end up in a war. So there's no question that the intensity of the competition varies from case to case. I don't want to get too carried away here, but it's the ever-present possibilities there, which limits your ability to look inward. You wrote a piece, this is Mike Desch, wrote a fascinating piece when the Cold War ended. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you argued that once the Cold War is over with and you're in the unipolar moment, there is no external threat. And you can look inward. And his argument was that this is going to cause all sorts of problems. This is the centrifugal forces, right? This is the argument that in an immigrant culture like the United States, if you think about this, well, first of all, let's just go back to what I said about politics. Politics is a contact sport, different interests. You can never get anybody to agree on anything. That's an exaggeration, but you know what I'm saying. So that's point one. Point two is if you have an immigrant culture, right, you're going to have additional centrifugal forces because you're bringing all sorts of people into the body politic who have not been socialized, and they have to be socialized, right? And one of the ways in a liberal democracy like the United States, with as many people as we have, the diversity we have, the immigration we have, one of the ways of dealing with those centrifugal forces is to have an external enemy, right? Again, Schmidt, back to Rose, right? An external enemy. And Mike's argument was there was no external enemy, right? And didn't one of the Soviet leaders say, you're going to really miss the Soviet Union, right? Because it had this...
We're going to do the worst thing to you. We're going to deprive you of an enemy.
Yes. Did you hear what Mike said? We're going to do the worst... This one Soviet leader said to us after the Cold War ended, we're going to do the worst thing to you. We're going to deprive you of an enemy. Anyway, but so that's actually a situation in the early years of the Cold War where I think your logic applied. But my argument, remember, my argument is great power politics is back on the table, right? And in a world where great power politics is back on the table, right? I think your argument is moot, but I think it applies in that case. Sir.
Dave Radic, United States Army, retired. Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing your wisdom. That's much appreciated. From that period, 1939 to 1945, what issues, what decisions, what policies, if any, would help us today to resolve some of the issues that we're talking about?
1939. I'm not sure what the answer to that would be. I mean, the one thing that strikes me about that period versus the present is that we're in a multipolar world, and that was a multipolar world. I was born, and a lot of the older dogs like you, Mike, we were all born in the, we were born in a bipolar world. So all my understanding of great power politics was developed, true for you folks too, was developed in a bipolar world. Then we went to unipolarity. Now we're in a multipolar world. And the 1939-1945 case was a multipolar world. And what makes it very interesting is that during the run-up to World War II and in the conduct of World War II, there were two areas of the world that we cared about, and there were two great powers that we cared about. One was Japan in East Asia, and two was Germany in Europe. Of course, the Soviet Union mattered, but Germany was seen as the principal threat. So we had to deal with two threats at the same time, and then once the war broke out, we had to fight two wars, right? And this was a real balancing act. Roosevelt, by the way, was a genius. I think one of the great strategic geniuses of all time. But anyway, today, if you look at the situation we face, right? We face a Chinese threat, we face a Russian threat, because we've turned it into a Russian threat. I don't think it's a serious threat, but there's a Russian threat that we're dealing with, a Chinese threat. They're the two great powers, right? And then there's the Middle East. And one of my favorite arguments these days is that the principal threat that the United States has to deal with today is China. And the last thing you want to do, if you have to deal with China, is you want to be bogged down in the Middle East, thinking about attacking Iran. Are you kidding me? This is the last thing we need to do. The threat is in Asia. Furthermore, there's Ukraine. What in God's name are we doing in Eastern Europe? It just doesn't matter. The idea that the Russians are a potential hegemon, a peer competitor, come on. They're stuck in Eastern Ukraine. They can't even get out of Eastern Ukraine. I'm going to worry about them. I'm worried about China. So you see the balancing act here? Furthermore, to take it a step further, let's go back to World War II. The genius of Roosevelt, and this was not due solely to Roosevelt, is that we formed an alliance with the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union paid the principal blood price to defeat Nazi Germany. It was very clear from World War I that to defeat Nazi Germany in World War II was going to involve an enormous blood price. And the question is, who was going to pay that blood price, right? And one of the principal driving forces behind appeasement in Britain was that the British said, we don't want to pay that price. We've been there, done that, and it did not work out very well. Well, it was the Soviet Union that paid the blood price. You all know that roughly 24 million Soviet citizens died in World War II. That's military plus civilians, right? Unbelievable, unbelievable blood price. When we land on the beaches at Normandy on June 6, 1944, this is less than 1 year before the war ends. The war ends in Europe on May 8, 1945. We land on the beaches at Normandy, June 6, 1944. That's less than a year before the war ends. At that point in time, 92% of all German casualties were on the Eastern Front. 92%. They paid the blood price. What am I saying? If you're the United States of America, you want to ally with Nazi Germany. You want to ally with Nazi Germany. This is one of those cases where you're doing kind of the morally incorrect thing, ally with the Soviet Union. You end up allying with the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany, right? Fast forward to the present. Instead of allying with Russia, having Russia as an ally to help us contain China, because of the Ukraine war, we have foolishly pushed the Russians into the arms of the Chinese, right? So when I look at what we did between 1939 and 1945, I find it hard to see a mistake that Roosevelt made. And I could go on and on about this, but I won't. But I see evidence of hardly a mistake that he made. He played it perfectly. In terms of fighting a two-front war, and in terms of allying with the Soviet Union, even though it was the morally incorrect thing to do, because it was imperative to defeat Nazi Germany. If you look at American policy today, I think we ought to pay more attention to thinking about priorities, right? And the importance of focusing on Asia, and not focusing on the Middle East, not focusing on Europe, and forming an alliance with the Russians to contain the Chinese. But that's not going to happen. Yes.
Thank you so much for the talk today. So I'm writing a thesis on civil conflict, and I was wondering if you had, I know this talk is all about international war, multipolarity, but I was wondering if you had any thoughts or lessons you think you could extend from these concepts to concepts of civil war, preventing them from occurring.
The only thing I'll say about civil war, which I don't know much about, and I've learned over the years it's not good to talk about things you don't know much about, especially when you have a high profile, because people remember the foolish things that you said. What I would say about civil wars is civil conflict is an excellent illustration of my point that politics is a contact sport, okay? Remember what I said. Politics is a contact sport, but in the context of a state, inside the black box where you are, right? Inside the black box, you have the Leviathan, you have the night watchman, and that's what protects people. And that's fundamentally different than the international system where there's no higher authority. That was my argument. But the fact that you're studying civil conflict tells us that even when you have a night watchman, and even when you have a Leviathan, war or conflict still breaks out, which just goes to show you how intense and how much enmity there can be inside the black box. It shows you that politics is a combat sport. Conflict is all about combat, intellectual, or combat of one sort or another. Contact sport, sorry. But that's not to say that that happens all the time, right? But it's always there, right? And that's why you want to stay.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Josh. Earlier you said that once we're in a period of war, it's much easier to rationalize military action. What do you think about the idea that...
I don't understand what that means.
Sorry.
Once we're in a period of war...
Yeah, like just kind of what you were saying earlier, like when we're in a period of conflict, it's easier to, like, offensive action or even just action, military action in general, is much easier to, I would say, convince to the public, to the general population, the country. Like, once you're in a period of war, people are generally more nationalistic, I would say. They want to win the war. Like you were talking about earlier, your point to generals, right? The generals like wanting to win the war decisively. So I wanted to ask, what do you think about the idea of the military-industrial complex actively like wanting to keep us in a state of war, a prolonged state of war, like as an industry? Like, what do you think about that idea?
Yeah, great question. I get asked this question occasionally, and I always give an answer that the audience finds unsatisfactory. But my answer goes like this. I think there's no question that the military-industrial complex, let's call it the MIC has an interest in security competition because the more security competition there is, the more need there is for an arms buildup. But in terms of initiating war and even initiating a security competition, I've never seen much evidence that the MIC matters that much. When I was your age, the international relations literature was broken up into three parts. There were the realists, there were the liberals, and both of those groups are still here. And today, there's the social constructivists, they're the third group. There was no such thing as social constructivists when I was your age. There were Marxists. I know you find that hard to believe, but it is true. There were real Marxists. I used to know a huge amount of Marxist literature. I took a course in graduate school on Marxist theories of the state. But anyway, so Marxism was one of the three bodies of literature. And there were some people in that bailiwick who tried to make the argument, unsurprisingly, that it was the MIC that was really driving American foreign policy. And I looked at a lot of those pieces and I read a lot of the counter arguments. And I think it's just very hard to make the argument that the MIC matters that much. If you can find the piece that makes the argument that the MIC is really driving America's aggressive behavior abroad, I'd be more than happy to sort of read it and change my mind if it was a convincing argument. But I've just not seen a lot of evidence that the MIC matters that much. And just one final point, I'm not arguing it doesn't matter at all. That would be a stupid argument to make. It matters somewhat. But I think there are other considerations that drive foreign policy. This is an argument you would expect from a realist like me, right? And then when you go back to the unipolar moment, as you know, John's argument is that it was liberal ideology, crusader state, that was really driving the train. So you see me bouncing back and forth. Liberal ideology in the unipolar moment, and bipolarity and multipolarity, realist logic. And I'm staying away from, for lack of a better phrase, the Marxist argument or the MIC argument. So that's my thinking on that one.
Last for a physics professor. My question is it a purely preventive war? My example is 1999, NATO bombarded Serbia. And the argument was that to protect the civilians in Kosovo. But actually, the other opinion is that they wanted to have a strategic military base, NATO base in Kosovo.
I'm not sure that's a preventive war. I mean, a preventive war, just go back to me and Mike, is that I'm very fearful that Mike is going to grow much more powerful. And because I can't know Mike's intentions, I want to cut him off at the knees now. I'm preventing him from becoming a threat. Your story seems to me, this is the unipolar moment. There's really no threat in Europe. Right? The Soviet Union is gone. Russia's, on its knees at the time of the Kosovo War, right? But what you're saying is that I pick on a small power just because I want to have a NATO base in Kosovo. I think that's possible, but it's just a different logic. Does that make sense?
So thank you for your talk, Professor. So you defined the unipolar moment as starting around 2017. But so do you think that U.S. policymakers have embraced the United States being the preeminent power, or they're just being more bipolar system?
Did everybody hear his question? Yeah, okay. Excellent question. 2017 is when Trump comes to power. And Trump jettisons our policy of engagement towards China, and he develops a hard-nosed containment policy, okay? A lot of people argue that if Trump came to power in 2017 and unipolarity ends in 2017 and he abandoned engagement in favor of containment, it's Donald Trump who's responsible for the end of unipolarity. That's not an argument a realist like me would ever make, because for me, unipolarity, bipolarity, multipolarity, these distinctions are a function of the structure of the system. It's a function of the growth of Chinese power and the resurrection of Russian power under Vladimir Putin, right? That by about 2017 creates a world where in relative terms, relative balance of power, China and Russia are back in the game, or Russia's back in the game and China is in the game for the first time in centuries, right? So you then have three great powers, but it has to do with the wealth and population size and the military might of these countries. It's not Donald Trump. And the interesting case here is Joe Biden. And we'll talk about the Chinese case. Joe Biden was, as the head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and as vice president, an arch proponent of engagement with China. He thought that this is based on the liberal policies. The idea was that you could help China get rich, help it get prosperous, integrate it into international institutions. It would become a responsible stakeholder, and as it grew more prosperous, it would turn into a democracy. This was what engagement was all about. A realist like me, I argued for a long time. Everybody thought I was crazy, but I argued for a long time. This is a remarkably foolish policy. The idea that you would help China grow into a very powerful country when you can't know its intentions, and in fact, I know what its intentions will be, right? And furthermore, how do you know it's going to become a democracy? And as you all have noticed, it has not become a democracy. So anyway, Trump jettisoned engagement. Trump lasts for 4 years, and Biden comes into power in 2020. So the question is, what does Biden do? Does Biden go back to engagement, or does he follow in the footsteps of Trump? And actually what he does is he doubles down on Trump. He's actually tougher on the Chinese than Trump was, right? And this, I think, supports my structural argument, right? My realist argument that it's not so much Biden's beliefs, right? He believed in engagement at one point, but China had become powerful enough by the time he moved into the White House in January 2017 that he had to pursue containment. Now, just one other point on this. And it bears on your question, which is a fascinating question. Ukraine. I believe that the Ukraine crisis, the Ukraine war, is a vestige of the unipolar moment. And it's when liberal ideas were in the driver's seat, right? The liberal ideas that underpinned engagement underpinned the Ukraine war. Now you're saying to yourself, why is John saying that? Well, the start of the trouble in Ukraine is the famous April 2008 Bucharest NATO summit. Remember, George Bush gets defeated. He doesn't get defeated. He runs out of his 2 terms in November 2008, and Obama wins. So George is going out in January 2009. He wants to leave a legacy. And in April 2008, he pushes NATO expansion into Georgia and into Ukraine down the throats of Angela Merkel and Nicolas Sarkozy and the Europeans more generally. They do not want to bring Ukraine into NATO, but Bush wants to. So that's when we decide to do it. It's very important to understand that there is no evidence I have ever seen that it was designed to contain Russia. We did not consider Russia a threat at the time. What we were trying to do was we were trying to spread institutions like NATO and the EU eastward on the belief that we would integrate these countries into these institutions, they would become responsible stakeholders, we would spread the EU eastward, people would get hooked on capitalism, they would get prosperous, would reinforce democracy. Remember we had the color revolutions, the orange revolution in Ukraine, the rose revolution in Georgia, all designed to promote democracy. So if you talk to Mike McFaul, right, who I disagree in fundamental ways with on this whole subject of Ukraine, he will tell you that he was, although he's a Stanford professor, he was the U.S. ambassador to Russia. Mike will tell you that he talked to Putin and told Putin that he had nothing to fear from NATO expansion, that the United States is a benign hegemon, and it was basically spreading liberalism eastward, and it wanted to create a giant zone of peace in Europe where Eastern Europe looked just like Western Europe. It was kind of a seamless web. That was the goal. It's not until the crisis breaks out in 2014, February 2014, when we switch gears and all of a sudden Vladimir Putin is a really serious threat, right? That's 2014. But anyway, what you see here, right, is that the Ukraine crisis, which broke out in 2014 and continues to this day, has its genesis in that April 2008 decision. And it was the unipolar moment. That's 2008, the unipolar moment. It's when liberalism was in the driver's seat, right? And the problem that you face, this is a huge problem for the United States. I learned this when I was a kid during the Vietnam War. It's one of the main lessons I took from the Vietnam War. It's very easy for the United States to get into a conflict. It is very hard to get out, right? Once you start shooting, getting out is really tough. Think Afghanistan, 20 years. And the problem with Ukraine is it blew up in 2014. So John writes his piece. This is the piece that you were referring to that I wrote in 2014. John says, we should back off here, right? This is going to lead to no good, right? But we doubled down, right? We're still in the unipolar moment, but we're, heading at it. We doubled down. And by the way, one of the reasons we doubled down is it's the unipolar moment. We think we're Godzilla. We're so powerful. Screw the Russians. They're protesting. By the way, NATO expansion, first tranche, 1999. Russians scream bloody murder. What did we do? We ignored them, just pushed on. 2004, second tranche of NATO expansion. And this included the Baltic states, right? Russians scream bloody murder. What do we do? Shove it down their throat, move on. April 2008, Putin screams bloody murder. He's, just to show you what good friends we were with Putin in 2008, and that NATO expansion into Ukraine and Georgia was not aimed at Putin. Not aimed at Putin. Putin was at Bucharest. We were playing kissy face with him at Bucharest, right? We didn't see him as a great threat. We just thought we were Godzilla. Shove it down his throat, right? You all know that two countries were going to come in April 2008. We said Georgia and Ukraine will come in. A war broke out in Georgia in August of 2008 on this very issue. People like me said, oh my God, right? The Russians are serious. Putin wasn't blowing smoke. Then the war breaks out in Ukraine, the low-level war, in February of 2014. February 22nd, 2014. I say, this is what I say, time to back off. This is, going to lead to no good, right? The Russians are deadly serious. But we're in the fight now, right? Getting out? You think we're getting out of Ukraine? You think we're getting out of the Middle East? We're sinking into the deep muddy. You know the deep muddy, Pete Seeger? You remember Pete? You're all too young to remember. You probably are too young to remember Pete Seeger.
I heard about him. I read about him in history.
This gentleman looks like he remembers Pete Seeger, sinking into the deep muddy, right? We're in the deep muddy in the Middle East. We're in the deep muddy in Ukraine, right? I know you want to get out of here. Will you give me one more minute?
Please.
We're going to have one heck of a time getting out of both of these places. You look at the Middle East, it's just, going up and up and up. And these people are going to fight back, right? And for us to just sort of say, this is the end, we're getting out of here, good luck. Anyway, I just want to say, before you say anything, thank you all for coming and listening to me. Thanks for the great questions. I thoroughly enjoyed this, and I'd stay for another half hour if it wasn't for this guy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I got it. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation with the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Scott Bessent.
Maria, good to be with you.
It's great to see you, Secretary. Thank you so much for sitting down with us. We so appreciate it, and there's so much to talk about, and we are going to be rolling on this live in about 20 seconds on Fox, so we want to make sure that everyone knows that this is a live program, and we will be taking this as it is happening with the Secretary this morning. I know there's a lot of conversation this morning about President Trump's considerations and thoughts about Greenland, and we will get into that, as well as the U.S. economy and the global economy as well. So, Secretary, there's so much to cover. Let me kick it off right now with just that, because I want to talk about trade and tariffs. It seems that the president certainly has set the tone before he even arrives tomorrow. So we'll get your thoughts on that, as well as AI, about the NATO alliance, as well as the macro story. And I will also bring up something that you mentioned earlier, which is the Draghi report. The reason that I'm strolling here is because I wanted the programming to catch up with us, so that we could begin live at 8:30. And in fact, we are beginning right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I'm sitting now with the U.S. Treasury Secretary. Secretary, let me begin on trade and tariffs, because President Trump seemed to set the tone of conversation even before he has arrived by threatening tariffs on our European allies until they support his plans to acquire Greenland. How do you justify taking over a country when, in fact, Denmark and Greenland have said they are not interested?
Well, Maria, I think the president has a very strong view on Western Hemispheric security and believes that the U.S. should not outsource our national security. He believes that Greenland is essential for the Golden Dome missile shield. And he also, the president, as usual, it's the move after the move that as a as part of NATO, I think the president is worried that if there were an incursion into Greenland, the U.S. would be called upon to defend Greenland. Greenland's becoming more and more attractive for foreign conquest, and he very strongly believes that it must be part of the United States to prevent a conflict rather than getting the U.S. engaged in ex post into a hot conflict.
So Greenland is not expected to be able to have the capacity to stop any potential missiles that could hit the United States. In other words, Greenland without U.S. ownership makes the United States vulnerable. Is that the president's main complaint?
Well, I think it's that, and that the U.S., there's the opportunity for the U.S. to become embroiled ex post into a kinetic war if another country moved in on Greenland, and no country is going to assert control of Greenland if the U.S. controls Greenland.
Secretary, what do you want to say about the response here? I mean, the European Union is pushing back, saying we are not going to complete our trade deal with the United States because of this. They have already called an emergency summit for later on in the week about this Greenland situation.
Well, I would say exactly what I said after Liberation Day last April, when the president imposed tariff levels on the whole world. I tell everyone, sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate, do not retaliate. The president will be here tomorrow, and he will get his message across. I believe he is going to have meetings, and again, also have an open mind that, you know, why this rapid response in terms of, you know, this is a no. And by the way, Maria, this has been in the minds of American presidents for more than 150 years, for more than 150 years.
So the vulnerability was seen even back then?
Well, or the strategic value of Greenland. And I think as there are more trade routes that move near Greenland, Greenland becomes more and more valuable.
Secretary, we're already seeing a reaction from markets. You've got rates spiking in the United States, up 7 basis points on the 10-year right now. You've got rates spiking in Japan. What do you want to say about this market reaction that we're seeing?
Well, Maria, I think it's very difficult to disaggregate the market reaction from what's going on endogenously in Japan. So Japan, over the past 2 days, has had a 6 standard deviation move in their bond market. That would be what has happened in the Japanese JGB 10-year would be the equivalent of a 50 basis point move in US 10. So I think it's very difficult to disaggregate what the spillover from Japan is. I've been in touch with my economic counterparts in Japan, and I am sure that they will begin saying the things that will calm the market down.
So what are the plans for tariffs on Europe then?
Well, we're in the midst of completing a very good trade deal for both sides. So the plan is to go ahead with the trade deal. Of course, the president has said that he, on February 1st, will implement a 10% tariff if the Danes do not want to give up Greenland, and it is on the 8 countries that sent troops to Greenland.
So what do you want to say about the NATO alliance then? I mean, Denmark has been a long ally, the European Union united against any move. How do you progress with what looks like a strategic move for the United States, but also preserve the alliance, the NATO alliance?
Well, look, I think that the NATO alliance is very safe, sound, and thanks to President Trump, it's never been more secure. When President Trump came in his first term, the European countries and Canada were not meeting their spending quotas as percent of GDP. Now they are. They got a lot of catch up to do. And Maria, to put it in perspective, the United States of America since 1980 has contributed $22 trillion more dollars, or spent $22 trillion more dollars on defense than all of NATO. So roughly the same size population, and we have spent $22 trillion more. that is 2/3 of our outstanding government debt. Europeans have been spending the money on social welfare, on roads, on education, and it's time for them to pay more, which they've agreed to do.
Yeah, many of them have already stepped up, like Poland.
Everyone has except Spain.
Okay. And do you not feel that a security deal in the Arctic would suffice in terms of Greenland?
Well, I think what we're seeing, we're seeing with a base that we have shared with the UK for many years, the UK is signing the island over to Mauritius. So again, I can see why the president believes that for U.S. engagement, we do not want another Diego Garcia on our hands.
This is a very important point that you make. In terms of tariffs, how much money has been generated from tariffs already? Certainly the hysteria over President Trump's tariffs have died down since April of last year. What is the total running rate right now?
Yeah, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars, Maria. The U.S. for the fiscal year, which ends September 30th, we had a fiscal contraction. For the calendar year, we had a very large fiscal contraction. So we cut the deficit by about $200 billion. The important number is the deficit to GDP. So calendar year 2024 was 6.9%, the highest we've ever had. I mean, we inherited a mess. 6.9%, the highest we've ever had when the U.S. was not at war or not in a recession. So 6.9%, calendar year 2025, 5.4%. I have called for getting that number down to 3% by the end of President Trump's term, and I think we're on the way.
So you've been using that tariff money to pay down the deficit then?
It feeds into the general account, and it's been a big part of it. And again, last year, the U.S. 10-year bond was down about 40 basis points. I believe France was up about 40 or 50, Germany was up 50 or 60. U.S. bond market had its best performing year since 2020. And again, back to your point that after Liberation Day, April, May, it's the end of the world. The world's going to sell U.S. assets. Just the opposite happened is, as Treasury Secretary, I can see who the buyers are of our bonds. And we had more foreign participation than ever.
And just to be clear, a moment ago, when I asked you about the market reaction, you don't think markets rates are spiking on this Greenland story. You think that what's happening in Japan is specific to Japan.
Well, I think that the Japan situation, that the market there, again, had a 6 standard deviation move, and that was happening before any of the Greenland news. And I think the rest of the world, German rates are up, French rates are up, Japanese rates are up a tremendous amount.
Secretary, I want to get to the macro story in a moment, but let me stay on tariffs for one more moment, because we could be hearing from the Supreme Court imminently. And of course, the Supreme Court will issue a ruling on the president's use of tariffs during a, quote, emergency, the IEEPA reason that you've actually issued some of these tariffs. What are your expectations for the Supreme Court? We could hear from them this morning or even tomorrow morning. If they rule against you, what are the alternatives to raise that kind of revenue, hundreds of billions of dollars that you've already been able to do?
Well, Maria, I think it's very unlikely that the Supreme Court is going to strike down a president's signature economic policy. It didn't early on with the ACA, also known as Obamacare. They reinforced that recently. And the real problem here is President Trump has used IEEPA for negotiating leverage for geopolitics in emergency situations. If we look back, the first IEEPA tariffs were fentanyl tariffs. So on Mexico, on Canada, on China. And if fentanyl is not a national emergency, I don't know what was. 200,000 Americans dying every year. And because of that, Mexico came to the table, Canada came to the table, China, who exports or the precursor drugs, have all come to the table, and we're seeing a substantial drop in protecting the American people. on October 8th, the Chinese government announced rare earth export controls on the entire world, not just the US, and which would have caused an industrial meltdown. President threatened 100% tariffs on China if they did this. My Chinese counterpart, who's been a very good interlocutor, had gone quiet for a couple of days. Chinese immediately came to the table and they rolled the export controls out a year. And President Trump insisted that I negotiate on behalf of the whole world. So, in terms of the U.S. leading, this is what U.S. leadership looks like. He was able to use IEEPA tariffs to negotiate for the entire industrial world. So I think it's very important here.
I'm glad you mentioned China. I'm going to come back to China, but while we're here, what is the latest timetable on the much anticipated bilateral trade deal with China?
I had a meeting with my Chinese counterpart here in Davos last night, Vice Premier Hu Lifeng. He told me that just this week they have completed their soybean purchases, and we're looking forward to next year's 25 million tons. I suggested maybe he'd want to buy a little more, because President Trump always brings that up with Party Chair Xi when they speak, and they've done everything that they said they're going to do.
Are they having rare earth magnets flow, or are they putting restrictions on that? Because there were reports last year that the Chinese were saying, we will send the rare earths, but we're not sending them to any companies that are tied to the defense sector and the U.S. military.
They are flowing as expected. We are in a fulfillment rate that's in the 90s, which I think is quite satisfactory.
So they didn't stop, even if it's a defense company? Because I believe they tried to do that with Japan as well.
Well, Japan and China have gotten in a skirmish over some remarks that the Japanese prime minister made. So the U.S. is immune from that.
Okay, let's talk macro. The U.S. economy seems to have been doing much better than many expected. We had a 4.3% read in GDP last quarter. How would you assess the United States economy?
I think that it is very strong and likely accelerating. And Maria, just to be clear, that 4.3% GDP was private sector GDP. So, or actually after the fiscal contraction. So the real number was 4.7. The government contracted by 0.4, so that got us to 0.3. So that is pure private sector GDP. And President Trump's economic policy, tax deals, trade deals, and deregulation, the deregulation, which I think is probably the most powerful part, is really just starting to kick in now. So we had the tax deal, one big beautiful bill, done on July 4th, which no one said could be done. And it contains the full expensing for U.S. corporates on equipment, for factories, for ag structures. On the other side, for working Americans, the president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, interest deductibility, auto loans if you buy an American car. So we're seeing this wonderful balance between industrial America and Main Street America. I am also the IRS commissioner, and we did not change the withholding guidance. So we're going to see, as commissioner, I can see there are going to be very substantial tax refunds coming to working Americans in the first quarter. They'll change their withholding. They'll get a bump up in real incomes. Because of the expensing, we're seeing 12, 14% CapEx growth in the U.S., and historically, you have never seen a CapEx boom without seeing employment follow.
Yeah, you've got a CapEx boom and a productivity boom as well. 4.7% is much better than so many people expected last year. Are you expecting the economy to, at one point, hit 5% as well?
Well, the Atlanta Fed GDP number, which is a very noisy number, is now reading 5.3 because remember, the fourth quarter GDP included the Schumer shutdown. So some of that will be pushed into the first quarter. So I'm expecting that we could be well north of 3 and we'll have inflation coming down. As you said, productivity is very high, and we have measured inflation and observed inflation, and with the observed inflation, I think we can see that prices are already down, and that will trickle into the CPI and the PCE, which the Fed looks at.
Well, it's a good point because there is still a perception that prices are still high.
Well, prices are high. The Biden administration was a wipeout for working Americans, that the price level increased by 21, 22, 23%, but our friend Jason Trennard, the strategist, has something called the Common Man Index, and that is what do working Americans buy? So basket of groceries, insurance, rent, car payments, and that was up in the mid-30s. So very difficult, other than with energy. The president, through Drill Baby Drill, has gotten gasoline prices down. We're below $2 in many states. National average is below $3, even if you throw in the outlier of California. And so that we can get down. And we are working every day to get things down. And affordability is two pieces. Affordability is price level, but it's real incomes. Real incomes have gone up every month since President Trump took office. And as I said, I think we're going to see a big year for real incomes this year.
Wow, and you said in terms of the tax refunds, are we talking about thousands of dollars that people will be getting as a result?
We could see, for working families, for each wage earner, we could see up to $1,000 per wage earner.
Okay. You said that prices are still coming down, but they're still elevated. The president announced many things, a litany of things, just in the last 100 days. And I want you to walk through some of these things and tell us why they're important, because he put a ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes. He asked for $200 billion purchases of mortgage-backed securities, and he put on a proposal for a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. We know credit card interest rates are always soaring, up to 28, 30% in some cases. That's going to cut into earnings of the bank, certainly. And he also teased something about 401ks, that you would be able to tap into your 401k to then buy a home. Walk us through these things. Why are these so key, in your view, to growth and to reining in prices?
Well, here, why don't we start from the beginning? So,
the first thing was the ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes and the purchase of mortgage-backed securities.
Yep. So the ban on institutional investors in single-family homes, for those of you who are not American, in the U.S., pre-Great Financial Crisis, institutional investors did not participate in the single-family market. So post the financial crisis, institutional investors hoovered up single-family homes. They continue to do it, and there's an unfair tax arbitrage there. You and I have a mortgage. We can deduct the mortgage amount. Institutional investors can deduct the borrowing amount, but they can also expense any repairs and depreciation. So we think that it is a good idea to have them out of the market. We are going to give guidance at some point to see what is a mom and pop, that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, have bought 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to push everyone else out. And what's important here, you will hear some misinformation that says, well, institutional investors are 1, 2, 3%. That is true. Having been in markets for 35 or 40 years, markets are made on the margin, and institutional investors are much higher in boomtown markets like Charlotte, like Atlanta, like Huntsville, Alabama. So they've done that. In terms of having Fannie and Freddie buy MBS, the mortgages are two parts. It is the 10-year bond yield, and it is the spread between mortgages and the 10-year yield. So the purpose of that is to narrow the spread.
Okay. The cap on credit card rates is expected to cut into bank earnings between 5 and 18%. Your reaction?
We've done a lot this year. Bank stocks are at a new high. That through my position on FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and the 3 bank regulators, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the FDIC. We have done a lot to deregulate banks. Their earnings are way up. More importantly, it has increased their lending capacity. Oliver Wyman's numbers, not mine, estimates that there's $2.5 trillion of extra lending capacity. The other thing that has been a focus of this administration and a focus of mine is small and community banks, because what happened after the great financial crisis, all the regulations from Dodd-Frank, we had too big to fail. But then with small banks, you were too small to succeed. This regulatory morass, we have lost more than 50% of the small and community banks. And they power small business lending, real estate lending, and ag lending. So we are trying to bring that back.
Yeah, it's a great point, because farmers really need the lending of these small community banks. Look, Secretary, I want to get your take overall on your thoughts on what you've done so far, because the president back last year, right after the inauguration, I sat down with the president and I asked him what he wants the economy to look like in 4 years when he's done. And he was very clear. He said he wants private enterprise to rule the day. 1 year later, you've taken a 10% stake in Intel. You've taken a stake in MP. Now, I know that these are national security issues. And the other day, the president told the defense contractors, don't pay dividends, don't buy back any of your stock. You need to be fulfilling what the country needs in terms of producing weapons. So what do you want to say to people who say, look, here is a so-called capitalist president and a Treasury Secretary, and yet it's not private enterprise running things. The president is telling the defense contractors what to do, and you've taken stakes in these companies.
A couple of things, Maria. I think the only good thing that came from COVID was it was a test run for what would happen if our supply chains were ever broken due to a kinetic war. So we saw that there are 5, 6, 7 key industries that we have to reshore. So everything you just said, rare earth magnets, we've got to get out from under China's grasp. The semiconductors, I would say that the single biggest threat to the world economy, the single biggest point of single failure, is that 97% of the high-end chips are made in Taiwan. If that island were blockaded, that capacity were destroyed, it would be an economic apocalypse. So we are reshoring the semiconductor industry to the U.S. With the defense contractors are no different than the systemically important banks. They exist, like the systemically important banks exist because of the backstop from the Fed, because of the regulations. And these defense contractors have let down the American people. They have let down the American people. They are 5, 6, 7 years behind on fulfillment of their contracts, and they exist because of the U.S. Department of War. So I do not think it is unreasonable to tell them that until further notice, you need to build more factories and buy back less stock. And by the way, Maria, these CEOs making $30, $50 million a year for failing the American people. So I don't see any discrepancy there. And it's, as you said, everything on your list is national defense. And so once they get to some normalized level of backlog, I don't know whether it's 2 years, 3 years, then we can talk about removing those restrictions.
So what you're saying is you want private enterprise to lead the day, but when it comes to national security, the government will be a shareholder.
And again, a lot of this isn't private. You know, we have seen what happens when the free markets get kind of perverted. Because what happens with critical minerals, that several companies have tried to stand up critical minerals facilities in the U.S., and the Chinese come, lower price, undercut them, and then they're bankrupt. So we are going to put in a system, price floor, price ceilings, and when you talk about multilateralism and the U.S. leading, I just hosted at Treasury last Monday the G7++, so G7 plus Australia plus India plus Mexico, plus South Korea, and we are working at warp speed to create a critical minerals block where we can mine, process, and refine critical minerals, and China won't have this sword over our heads.
So how long do you think it will be until the United States is, in fact, independent in terms of the refinement of these minerals, independent in terms of oil, et cetera? I mean, I know that the U.S. is the largest producer anyway, but do you expect this year, next year, what's your timetable in terms of the U.S. not relying on China for these things?
Well, obviously for energy, we are independent. We're an energy superpower, and I would say 18 to 24 months. I went down about 2 months ago to my home state of South Carolina, and in South Carolina, for the first time in 25 years, there's a producer there who made rare earth magnets. So they are starting to come off the supply chain. They believe that within 2 years, they can fulfill most of the rare earth magnet needs for the U.S. And then we also want to help our allies because the supply chain is important.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to say about sanctions, something else you've been working on, of course? What are you planning there in terms of Iran and the impact there? Do sanctions actually work? And the same question with regard to 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs on countries who purchase energy products from Russia.
Okay, so two things there. There are treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports, and this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here. On the 500% tariffs on the buyers of Russian oil, that is a proposal that Senator Graham has in front of the Senate, and we will see whether that passes. We don't believe that President Trump needs that authority, that he can do it under IEEPA, but that the Senate wants to give him that authority. And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later, they are financing the war against themselves. India started buying Russian oil after the conflict began, but President Trump put a 25% tariff on them, and India has geared down and has stopped buying Russian oil. And then 3, China is a very large buyer of Russian oil, as they are of Iranian oil, as they were of Venezuelan oil. But guess what, Maria? No more Venezuelan oil for them.
So would you treat China the same as the others in terms of buying Russian oil with regard to tariffs and sanctions?
Well, we'll see what happens with this Senate bill, and with the Iranian oil, that'll be up to President Trump.
Secretary, what do you want to say about artificial intelligence and the idea that AI efficiencies will likely kill jobs? A lot of people are worried about jobs. Do we have a plan in the U.S. government right now in terms of job creation in the face of AI efficiency killing jobs?
Well, Maria, we are seeing the record factory groundbreakings. That's why President Trump wants to bring back these precision jobs to the U.S. And historically, every productivity boom has led to job growth. Now, can there be some toing and froing in terms of people changing professions? I can't remember what the number is. Maybe you know it. 50, 60% of the professions today didn't exist 30 years ago.
Well, it's a big number. With technology.
It's a big number, but it's something we're very cognizant of. We haven't seen it in the numbers yet. I think that it could be very different than what we saw with the China shock. The China shock was a blue-collar phenomenon. My guess is the AI shock might be a white-collar phenomenon. We'll see.
Secretary, as we wrap up here, a moment ago, you said, look, you've been dealing with markets for a long time, your entire career. What do you think of markets today? I mean, the market has been rallying on the president's policy. Today, of course, we're seeing a sell-off. But do you think the markets are getting it right in terms of rallying on the president's policies going into this Davos meeting?
I try not to the extent I had success in the markets, it was not making short-term predictions. But I can tell you what has been very heartening for me. I don't have time to follow the markets as closely, but to the extent last year before, everyone said, oh, this was just Mag 7 stocks, it's not healthy. We've seen a big broadening out in the market. The Russell index of smaller cap stocks has outperformed. The S&P equal weight has outperformed. And I actually think that speaks to the economic recovery. We're seeing it across all sectors. Our friend Ed Hyman at ISI does these corporate surveys. Corporate surveys are the highest that they've been since June 22. And I think you're starting to see it in all sectors of the market. And the market follows the economy. And again, I just think that we have the best place in the world. Come, build your factory, you have tax certainty, you have regulatory certainty, and you have energy certainty.
And of course, deregulation. And that was one point that I wanted to make before we wrap up here, that Mario Draghi wrote a report 2 years ago about regulation in Europe, and the fact that the largest market cap company in Europe is Novo Nordisk because of Ozempic, about $400 billion or so. And we just saw NVIDIA in the United States hit $5 trillion.
Well, clearly, Maria, the innovation, the change, and the ability to adapt is in the U.S. The U.S. is the innovation capital of the world. I don't think anything's going to change that. I was just asked in another meeting by some business leaders, what advice would you give to Europe? And I said I would operationalize the Draghi report, because the EU was supposed to cut down on red tape, but it is logarithmically increased it. When I talk to tech executives, they will tell me it is easier doing business in China than the EU.
Wow.
That's not a great stat. I had a European businessman come to see me the other day. He said, Secretary Bessent, it took me 3 days to get an appointment with the White House and with you. It took me 90 days to get an appointment with Ursula von der Leyen, and we are one of the largest employers in Europe. So there's just a different mindset here, and I think the mindset has got to change. It's got to change to a growth mentality, and that's President Trump's invitation is we are growing, we're deregulating, and come and join us. The U.S. is going to host the G20 meeting next year, and on the finance track, we have identified the greatest financial risk as a lack of growth, because post-COVID, every government balance sheet has ballooned, and we have this gigantic government debt. There are two ways. You can either cut your way out of it through austerity, no voter wants that, or you can grow your way out of it. So we are inviting the world, come grow with us, prosper with us, and we can all do it together.
Secretary, thank you very much.
Good.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much.
Thanks, Maria.
Are indeed unsettling. But allow me to still widen the perspective beyond Greenland to the Arctic as a whole. I want to thank European Parliament for your active engagement in Arctic affairs, including for the timely AFET-INI report adopted last November. Its conclusions echo our own assessment. The Arctic has become a region of growing geostrategic importance. Climate change is transforming the Arctic faster than any other place on the planet. Melting ice is opening new routes and economic opportunities, but also create new risks. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has reshaped the European security landscape far beyond Ukraine itself. The Arctic is not insulated from this. Russia has disrupted cross-border and regional cooperation in the High North and intensified hybrid activities while militarizing parts of the region. The ship that cut the internet cables in the Baltic Sea in December 2024 escaped through the Russian Arctic waters. Geopolitical tension and geo-economic competition in the Arctic require that the European Union, together with our partners, responds. Our response must be realistic and principled, and it must be guided by the international law. No country has the right to take over the territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. We are strengthening preparedness to better anticipate risks. Societal resilience by protecting critical infrastructure, communities and democratic institutions from hybrid threats, and economic security by safeguarding supply chains and preventing strategic dependencies. We are currently updating our own EU Arctic policy to reflect those realities. Security is not only about military presence, it's all about trust, it's about stability, it's about people. As we address these new challenges, we remain guided by the priorities expressed by Greenland authorities themselves: sustainable development, social cohesion, and respect for their environment. Honourable members, the Arctic is warming 3 to 4 times faster than the global average. Climate change, environmental degradation and security risks do not stop at borders. No country can tackle the threat like this alone. A rules-based international order and effective multilateral cooperation are essential, not optional. When Europe is united, when we are strong, we are able to defend our interests and values, including in the High North. Our Arctic engagement must reflect this reality. Firm on geopolitical and geo-economic challenges, resolute on climate action, and centred on the people who live in the region. In this effort, we stand by Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Haute Représentante. Et nous ouvrons à présent la discussion. Je donne la parole à Henrik Dahl pour le groupe PPE.
Tak for ordet. Jeg tror, jeg taler på vegne af næsten alle danskere, når jeg siger, at vi er dybt taknemmelige for den støtte, som i disse dage kommer fra Europaparlamentet og fra EU's institutioner i forsvaret af Grønlands og Danmarks suverænitet. Så lad mig sige det helt klart af hjertet. Tak til alle, der støtter Danmark og Grønland i en svær tid. Det er en sag, der handler om langt mere end 2 små landes suverænitet overfor, og her kan vi lige så godt være ærlige, krav fra en supermagt. Den handler om de principper for samarbejde og gensidig respekt imellem stater, som Europa har lært nødvendigheden af til en meget høj pris. Allerede i 1795 beskrev Immanuel Kant de principper, der skal til. Men der skulle 2 verdenskrige til, før Europa for alvor forstod, at Kant havde ret. Varig fred kræver samarbejde og respekt, ikke magtpolitik. Den udfordring, vi står overfor i dag, er, at et flertal af vælgerne i USA har valgt en regering, der ikke er tilfreds med den verdensorden, der opstod efter 1945. Det har amerikanerne ret til, men Europa har tilsvarende ret til på sit eget kontinent at afvise og få påtvunget en retsorden, vi ikke ønsker. Det kræver ressourcer, men det kræver først og fremmest vilje at stå fast på de principper, vi tror på. Når I støtter Grønland og Danmark i dag, så støtter I derfor også jer selv, for erfaringen har lært os, at alternativerne til Kants principper altid ender i en tragedie. Det er ikke let at vælge den principielle vej, men historien viser, at de lette løsninger på kort sigt altid bliver de dyreste på langt sigt. Tak for ordet.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is an honor to continue to lead this debate. I give the floor to Madam Vice President Christel Schaldemose.
Tak for det. Det her handler om mennesker. Ægte mennesker i Grønland og i resten af kongeriget Danmark, som lige nu er oprigtigt bekymrede for både deres fremtid og for det liv, de kender. Trusler, lækkede sms-beskeder, latterliggørelse af tiltag, man endda selv har bedt om. Det er ikke sådan, man opfører sig over for sine allierede. Så præsident Trump, lad mig sige det direkte. Uanset hvad du truer med, så er Grønland ikke til salg. Suverænitet er ikke en handelsvare. International ret er ikke et forhandlingskort. Vores grænse er nået. Jeg stod her for et år siden og sagde, at USA stadig var vores tætteste allierede. Jeg må erkende, at jeg tog fejl. Europa er Europas tætteste allierede. Og vi skal ikke finde os i trusler. Europa har redskaber. Kraftige redskaber til at svare igen, hvis det bliver nødvendigt. Og det virker, når vi bruger dem i fællesskabet. Jeg og resten af kongeriget Danmark er taknemmelige for den klare støtte, vi har fået fra vores europæiske venner her i huset og fra de andre EU-institutioner. Den støtte betyder noget. Den viser, at europæiske værdier står stærkt, at respekt, ret og solidaritet ikke bare er tomme ord. Når presset vokser, vælger Europa sammenhold. Når nogen tester vores grænser, så står vi fast. Grønland står ikke alene. Kongeriget Danmark står ikke alene. Europa står sammen med os, og tusind tak for det.
Tak. Le prochain va être Monsieur Jordan Bardella pour les Patriotes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madame la Vice-présidente, ce qui se joue aujourd'hui autour du Groenland dépasse de loin un désaccord diplomatique ponctuel. C'est une épreuve de puissance et de vérité pour l'Europe. Le président des États-Unis place l'Union européenne devant un choix clair, accepter une vassalisation sous couvert de partenariat transatlantique ou bien redevenir des acteurs souverains, capables de défendre nos intérêts et notre intégrité. Le moment que nous vivons n'est pas un accident de l'histoire. Il est l'aboutissement de décennies d'aveuglement stratégique nourris par l'illusion d'une mondialisation pacifiée et par l'abandon progressif de notre autonomie au profit d'une dépendance bien confortable. Lorsqu'un président américain menace ouvertement un État européen, lorsqu'il combine une pression territoriale assumée avec un chantage commercial explicite, ce n'est pas seulement un partenaire qui s'exprime, c'est un rapport de force qui s'impose. Et c'est notre crédibilité qui est alors mise à l'épreuve. Le Groenland, territoire 4 fois plus vaste que la France, est devenu un pivot stratégique mondial au cœur de nouvelles rivalités entre grandes puissances qui renouent avec les logiques impériales. Nous le disons ici, ce qui se joue aujourd'hui préfigure les conflits de demain. Céder créerait un précédent grave, un précédent qui concernerait demain d'autres territoires européens et peut-être après-demain des territoires ultramarins français qui pourraient à leur tour subir des pressions comparables. En matière de souveraineté, chaque renoncement appelle le suivant. Face à cette situation, l'Union européenne est au pied du mur mais n'a pas le droit de se taire face aux provocations qui menacent sa prospérité et son intégrité. L'accord négocié l'été dernier par la présidente von der Leyen devrait être suspendu immédiatement en retour. L'Union européenne doit activer sans délai ses instruments anti-coercition et assumer des mesures ciblées sur les services et les exportations américaines à destination de l'Europe. Elle doit mettre en œuvre la préférence européenne dans les marchés de défense. Il ne s'agit pas d'escalade, il s'agit de notre souveraineté. Car au fond, mesdames, messieurs, le choix est simple, accepter une fois encore la dépendance ou reprendre la maîtrise de notre destin. Notre soumission serait une faute historique. Derrière cette épreuve se joue notre liberté politique. Alors nous faisons un choix clair, celui des peuples souverains, des nations libres, debout, capables d'assumer leur destin.
Merci. Next speaker is Christopher Storm for the Conservatives and Reformists.
Mange tak, og som Henrik Dahl sagde før, så vil jeg også godt takke som dansker for den opbakning, som vi har oplevet i det her hus og for stort set alle steder i Europa. Jeg er som dansker stolt af at komme fra et land, der igen og igen har stået skulder ved skulder med USA i kampen for demokrati og frihed i verden. Eksempelvis blev mange danskere sammen med flere andre europæiske soldater udsendt til Afghanistan for at støtte USA. Unge mænd og kvinder drog i krig, og mange kom aldrig hjem. En af mine tidligere kollegaer mistede livet. Og jeg husker tydeligt følelsen af utryghed, da min bror året efter blev udsendt som kampsoldat i Afghanistan. Det var USA's krig. Men vi stod der alligevel af loyalitet, af ansvar og af fællesskab. Derfor er det dybt alvorligt og kritisabelt, det vi ser nu. For på intet tidspunkt i EU's historie er et medlemsland blevet truet i det omfang og på den måde, som Danmark bliver lige nu. Truslen er ikke skabt af en fjende udefra, men af pres og trusler fra en allieret. I Danmark og i Grønland vokser utrygheden. Børn stiller spørgsmål, som børn ikke burde stille. For de er bange. De kan ikke forstå, hvorfor en præsident fra et land af venner taler om deres hjem som noget, der skal overtages, endda med magt, hvis nødvendigt. Det handler ikke om, at der er noget galt med amerikanerne. Det handler om, at der er noget galt med Donald Trump. Den vestlige verden skal stå sammen, ikke true og bekrige hinanden med toldsatser, eller endda med militærmagt. Den straftold og de trusler, som Trump har annonceret, er derfor fuldstændig uacceptable. Ikke bare for Danmark, men for hele Europa. Grønland er ikke et forhandlingsobjekt. Grønland er en del af kongeriget Danmark og en del af NATO. Derfor er svaret for os meget entydigt. Trump skal ikke true det europæiske land med magt, og kongeriget Danmarks suverænitet er og skal være indiskutabelt. Tak for ordet.
Tak. The next speaker is Morten Løkkegaard from Renew Europe.
Thank you. And before I begin, let me sincerely, on behalf of Denmark and Greenland, thank this Parliament for its strong show of support, including yesterday's standing ovation. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much, colleagues. It was really a nice gesture. Thank you. And then I turn into Danish. For 8 måneder siden stod jeg her i salen og talte om Grønland som et sted med muligheder, partnerskab, udvikling og nye forbindelser. Det var den rigtige samtale, der var gang i dengang. I dag er vi jo et helt andet sted. Nu taler vi om absurde, vanvittige udtalelser, trusler, militær overtagelse, ekstraordinære, straffende toldsatser. Og en præsident, må man forstå, der er fornærmet over ikke at have fået en fredspris. Det kan og vil vi selvfølgelig ikke finde os i. EU kan ikke nøjes med bekymrede pressemeddelelser. EU skal stå sammen nu og kunne svare igen med en sikker hånd. Grønland er en rød linje, det er vi heldigvis alle sammen enige om, og EU har styrken til at stå op for sig selv. EU er den økonomiske supermagt, hvis vi tør bruge vores marked. Midt i ophidselsen er det selvfølgelig værd at bemærke, at vi stadig er i forhandlinger. EU skal, som Theodore Roosevelt engang sagde, speak softly, carry a big stick. Jeg vil ønske det passe for den nuværende amerikanske præsident. Men vi har værktøjerne mod økonomisk afpresning, mod trusler og mod pres, uanset hvor det kommer fra. Derfor er jeg også oprigtig glad for, at flere politiske grupper her i huset nu taler om investeringer massivt i Grønland. Vi ønsker et stærkt transatlantisk bånd, men ikke for enhver pris. Partnerskab kræver gensidig respekt, og indtil vi får den, må vi efterlade alle muligheder åbne. Endnu en gang tak for at stå det igennem sammen med os.
Tak. Urmează, the next speaker is Willy Sondale din partea grupului Verzilor.
Thank you, Chair. Grønland
På grønlandsk er navnet grønlændernes land. Det har Trump tydeligvis ikke forstået. For Grønland er ikke til salg, og Grønland kommer aldrig til salg. Heller ikke med trusler om politisk straf, økonomisk straf og militær skridt. Lad mig gøre det klart. Man kan ikke fratage et land, et folk, retten til selv at bestemme deres fremtid. Den helt store forskel er, at vi har det held at være på et kontinent, hvor lande udenfor står i kø for at blive medlem af EU. 10 lande. Der er ingen, der står i kø i forhold til USA. De forsøger at true sig igennem i forhold til Canada, i forhold til Grønland og i forhold til Venezuela. Se, det er den store forskel, mine damer og herrer, på attraktion i den her verden. At man gerne vil en, eller at man forsøger at tvinge en. Trump og hans allierede siger, at det er fordi Danmark ikke kan forsvare Grønland alene. Så måtte man forvente, at når de allierede europæere sender styrker til Grønland, så vil manden blive begejstret. Men nej, manden bliver sur. Det er da underligt. Så undskyld, Mr. Trump, to your ambition of an empire. Keep your hands away from Greenland. And to the American people and the US Congress, speak up so loud that we can hear you against all this madness we see just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Tak. Urmează Per Clausen din partea grupului Stângii.
Det har været dejligt at høre de mange stærke indlæg over for Trumps helt uacceptable trusler. Trusler mod enkelte lande, mod EU og ikke mindst trusler mod Grønland. Og jeg er utrolig glad for, at der måske endelig er vilje til at sige fra over for bølgen Trump, både i ord og i handling. For vi må jo indrømme, at ganske mange har i meget lang tid været villige til at pille på de mest absurde ting for at undskylde eller please Trump. Daddy Trump, som der var en, der kom til at kalde ham. Og derfor har jeg lyst til at bearbejde de berømte ord fra den tyske præst Martin Niemöller. Først kom de efter migranterne og de transkønnede, men vi sagde ikke noget, for vi er hverken migranter eller transkønnede. Så angreb Trump Venezuela, og vi sagde ingenting, for vi er ikke Venezuela. Nu går han efter Grønland og Europa, og nu er vi endelig vågnet op, og det er godt. Fordi hvis vi ikke siger fra, hvem vil der så være tilbage til at sige ham imod næste gang, han stiller et eller andet vanvittigt krav om Panama, Canada eller noget helt fjerde. Men vi må sige fra med andet end flotte ord i denne sal. Over for en kriminel, og der taler om en kriminel, en mand, som bryder al international lov, og også en række amerikanske love. Over for en kriminel bølle som Trump, som vil bruge de økonomiske muskler, som vi faktisk har. Den såkaldte handelsbukserkaj, bazooka, indgår i hvert fald som et klart element. Der er også andre ting. Fordi EU og Europa er faktisk økonomisk stærke nok til at matche USA, så han kan bare komme an ham Trump.
Urmează domnul Miran Uric din partea grupului Europa Națiunilor Suverane.
Kým vy tu v Európskej únii bojujete za cudziu Ukrajinu, tak Amerika vám vezme Grónsko. Prepáčte, ale ste absolútni lúzri a Únia pod vašim vedením je terčom posmechu pre celý svet. Ja tak rozmýšľam, že koho vlastne v Únii môže Donald Trump rešpektovať. Či túto francúzskeho prezidenta Macrona, ktorého facká žena v lietadle a vo Francúzsku sa mu rozpadli 4 vlády, ktorý nedokáže ochrániť Francúzsko ani pred nelegálnymi imigrantami, ktorí podpaľujú francúzske mestá. Alebo má rešpektovať Lénovú, ktorá svojím Green Dealom úspešne zničila európske hospodárstvo. Nie, toto musí skončiť. Lénovú treba okamžite odvolať. Aj vás, pani Kallas. Okamžite treba ukončiť vojnu na Ukrajine, urovnať vzťahy s Východom, zrušiť nezmyselný Green Deal a takisto pripraviť možno aj sériu odvetných protiopatrení v prípade, ak by Spojené štáty americké zvyšovali tlak. Pretože ak Európa stratí Grónsko, tak stratí aj posledné zvyšky rešpektu vo svete, ak vôbec ešte, bohužiaľ, nejaký rešpekt má.
Dear colleague, there was no blue card, but I think the sentiment of the room was that you might have offended some of the colleagues. We continue the discussion. Rasa Yukneviciene, and to the room we have taken over 20 catch the eyes. At this point I will close the catch the eye to give respect to the people who have followed all the debate, but blue cards are now open. Please proceed, colleague.
No one disputes that Arctic security is important not only for the US, but also for us, Europe. It has long required much more serious attention and work. And we, EU and NATO, can do this together. However, the crisis in NATO and the threats to Greenland and Denmark caused by President Trump are an even greater security challenge than the problems in the Arctic. I am trying to imagine a situation that is now quite real, when the Kremlin demands that Moldova, for example, be given to Russia, because this is a vital their security interest, or the Baltic states. Already now, Kremlin propaganda boldly says that they will take Svalbard from Norway. Pandora's box has been opened. We in Europe must stay firm and unconditionally stand on the side of international law, Greenland and Denmark. I want to believe that the Americans will wake up from the nightmare that has gripped them. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for sticking to the time. Mr. Nacho Sánchez Amor.
Gracias, presidente. Hablaré en español. Mi solidaridad con casi todos los colegas daneses. Y mi recomendación para la señora Kallas, para los altos oficiales de la Comisión, del Consejo, para el propio Parlamento, hay que olvidar y hay que tirar los manuales de geopolítica y de diplomacia. Lo que vamos a necesitar en los próximos meses es paciencia y un manual básico de psicología infantil. Y unidad. Unidad con mayúsculas, olvidarnos de las pequeñas peleas domésticas, aquí entre los grupos y las instituciones, entre las instituciones del Ejecutivo entre ellas y entre los Estados miembros. Rechazar cualquier cosa que nos pueda debilitar. Acordar algunos aspectos básicos, debatirlos en un ámbito discreto y aparecer ante el mundo y ante los europeos como el bloque que decimos que somos. Y para encontrar ese espacio común hay que levantar el tono en el Ejecutivo y hay que modular el tono en el Parlamento, porque los ciudadanos europeos están empezando a confiar más en sus líderes nacionales que en los líderes de la Unión Europea. Y, por tanto, un año de consenso básico no es una suspensión de la democracia europea, es un imperativo ante una amenaza existencial. Gracias.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Anders Vistisen.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off. Det var næsten sådan ordene lød, da jeg for et år siden stod på den selv samme talerstol og sagde meget klart, at hvis Trump...
I'm sorry, colleague, this is against our rules. As much as you might feel, or the room might feel in this, we have clear rules about cuss words, language that is inappropriate in this room. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is unacceptable, even if you might have strong political feelings about this.
Det er jo interessant, at det bliver en semantisk øvelse, men budskabet var klart allerede dengang, nemlig at det eneste sprog, Trump forstår, er det direkte, og at den eneste afvisning, som Trump respekterer, er en uden et men. Men alligevel har vi set, at siden da har Europa givet efter. Den høje repræsentant taler i dag om, at det er legitimt at tale om sikkerhedsudfordringer omkring Arktis, på trods af, at det er USA's egen administration, der har nedskaleret antallet af soldater fra 15.000 til kun 150. Vi taler om, at det er legitimt at tale om råmaterialerne på Grønland og de sjældne jordarter, på trods af, at det er grønlænderne, der har en ret til at beslutte om, hvordan og hvorledes de skal udvindes. Og vi har lavet en handelsaftale, som indtil det her hus indtil for nyligt gladeligt ville have skrevet under på, selvom den lavede tårnhøje toldtariffer på Europa, men ingen på USA. Vi har endda lovet at investere mere i Trumps økonomi. Hvis Europa ikke forstår, at vi er nødt til at lave en klar afvisning, et klart nej til Trump, indtil den militære trussel er af bordet, indtil man opgiver ideen om at splitte kongeriget op, så kommer vi til at tabe igen og igen og igen. Og derfor håber jeg, at Europa nu er klar til at vågne op, gå væk fra skåltalerne og over til handling. Tak for ordet.
Dear colleague, there will be consequences to your explanative. There are two blue cards in the room. Will you accept one? I will give the floor to Kira Peter Hansen.
Tusind tak, Anders. Jeg er helt enig i, at vi har brug for handlinger og ikke ord, og derfor kunne jeg godt tænke mig at høre, om dig og Dansk Folkeparti genovervejer jeres forhold til Trump og MAGA-bevægelsen. For det er jo din formand, som tog til Mar-a-Lago. Det er dit parti, det er din gruppe, som er Trumps tætteste allierede i Europa, og det er dig, der vil rive det fundament ned, som skal stå imod over for Trump. Så jeg kunne godt tænke mig at høre, om de sidste par måneder egentlig har gjort, at du har overvejet og genovervejet dine positioner og jeres gruppeståsted.
Det er jo en ret patetisk beskyldning, når jeg for et år siden var den, der stærkest blandt de danske medlemmer talte imod Trump i det her hus. Jeg tror, den video, som jeg åbenbart skal sanktioneres for, den er blevet set over 500 millioner mennesker worldwide. Jeg har brugt de sidste 3 uger, ligesom det foregående år, på at fortælle det her til amerikanerne direkte på amerikansk tv, på alt fra CNN, ABC News, MSNBC. Jeg tror ikke engang, jeg kan huske dem alle sammen. Det er jo næsten hver nat. Så at påstå, at min moral skulle være beklikket i den her sag, det tror jeg er at tage munden lidt fuld. Og ved at dansk indrigspolitik på en sag efter, at Jordan Bardella har holdt den stærkeste tale, den eneste partiformand, den eneste gruppeformand, der har givet til ordet i den her debat, det er nok lidt en falliterklæring fra den grønne gruppe.
Thank you. Thank you. This is closed.
Two?
I'm sorry?
2 green cards?
No, just one per person.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Alberico Gambino.
Grazie Presidente, onorevoli colleghi, Alta rappresentante, la sovranità e l'integrità territoriale della Groenlandia e del Regno di Danimarca non sono negoziabili. L'Unione Europea deve difenderle con un profondo senso di diplomazia, ma proprio per questo dobbiamo evitare risposte emotive come l'invio di truppe, piuttosto che pensare a dazi o sanzioni tra alleati è un errore che rischia di innescare un'escalation inutile che indebolisce l'Occidente invece di rafforzarlo. La vera sfida strategica nell'Artico non viene dagli alleati, ma dalla pressione militare della Russia e dalla crescente penetrazione economica e geopolitica della Cina, che mirano ovviamente a ridefinire equilibri e rotte strategiche. Serve dunque dialogo politico, coordinamento e responsabilità, dialogo tra gli Stati Uniti che restano un pilastro della nostra sicurezza, coordinamento nella Nato che è un perno della deterrenza, chiarezza nel distinguere tra partners e avversari, fermezza nei principi, lucidità nelle scelte e così l'Europa difende davvero la sovranità e la sicurezza comune. Grazie.
Grazie. Urmează Pat Urmas.
Head kolleegid, Euroopa Parlament on viimase 10 aasta jooksul võtnud vastu mitu resolutsiooni, kus ütleb, et Arktikale tuleb senisest palju rohkem tähelepanu pöörata. Olen täpselt sama rõhutanud ka Arktika raportöörina. Ja paraku on Euroopa Parlamendil olnud õigus. Olukord Arktikas on muutunud järjest keerulisemaks ja probleemsemaks. Loomulikult saavad Gröönimaa tuleviku määrata ainult Gröönimaa inimesed ise ja Euroopa saab neid selles toetada. Teised Euroopa riigid saavad alaliselt senisest enam panustada Gröönimaa ja seekaudu ka kogu Arktika julgeolekusse sealse kohalolekuga. Euroopa Liit peab olema ka väga avatud ja positiivne nii Gröönimaa, aga ka Islandi ja Norra suhtes. luues soodsa atmosfääri nende riikide võimalikuks ühinemiseks Euroopa Liiduga. Gröönimaa ümber toimuv on aga osa laiemast kiiresti muutuvast julgeolekupildist maailmas. Seetõttu peab Euroopa Liit kiirendama seesmist kaitse- ja julgeolekukoostööd ja vabanema sõltuvusest kolmandatest riikidest. Ja Euroopa Liit peab end näitama maailmas tugeva ja usaldusväärse partnerina, näiteks lõppude lõpuks oluliste kokkulepete jõustamine ka Mercosuri ja teiste riikidega, kes soovivad Euroopa Liiduga lähedased olla. Ja Ukraina ei tohi kõigest sellest loost kannatada, me peame jätkuvalt mitte jätma Ukrainat tähelepanuta, sest ainuke, kes sellest olukorrast võidab, on Venemaa.
Pat, Mr. Urmas, will you take a blue card? You have a blue card question from Mr. Madison, ECR.
Ja, aitäh, härra Paet, teie kõne oli nii kaunilt pateetiline, et mul tekkis paar küsimust eesti keeles. Esiteks, ma olen täiesti solidaarne Taaniga ja ma olen täiesti nõus sellega, et igal riigil on õigus ise otsustama tuleviku üle. Aga kas te ei leia, härra Paet, et Euroopa häda ongi see, et me oleme vastu võtnud resolutsioone, me oleme nõudnud, me oleme tahtnud, aga samal ajal häda on selles, et meil pole mitte mingisugust jõudu, et oma tahtmist ka kaitsta. Et fakt on see, et sa võid ju oma väärtustest seista ja resolutsioone võtta vastu ühtselt ja koos skandeerida, aga kui ikka relvastust ja jõudu pole, siis tulevad pahad ja võtavad ära, olgu see Venemaa, Hiina või täna Trump. Et kas te ei leia, et Euroopa Liidu häda ongi selline nagu pehmostumine, kus hea on rääkida kõnepuldis kauneid sõnu, võtta head palka vastu, aga tegelikke samme ei taha mitte keegi teha, sest seda liiga kallid ja liiga ebamugavad.
Thank you.
No, nagu me kõik teame, tõepoolest 30 aastat Euroopa Liit, Euroopa Liidu riigid ei panustanud piisavalt oma julgeolekusse ja kaitsesse. Aga nagu me oleme viimastel aastatel näinud, ennekõike seetõttu, et Venemaa taas ründas Ukrainat, on mõtteviis paljudes riikides muutunud ja Euroopa on oma kaitsesse ja julgeolekusse lõpuks hakanud tõsiselt suhtuma. Nii et aga ilma sellise poliitilise visioonita, kuidas Euroopa peaks edasi arendama, kuidas me saame oma huve kaitsta, ei järgne ka tegusid, nii et seetõttu ka siinse parlamendi otsuseid ei maksa kuidagi alahinnata. Aga ma olen loomulikult nõus, et liiga palju aega on raisatud, et nüüd on ülim aeg Euroopal ikkagi iseenda eest võtta oluliselt suurem vastutus ja vabaneda mittevajalikust sõltuvusest paljudes valdkondades kolmandatest riikidest. Tänan.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Sergei Lagodinsky from the Greens.
Dear American friends, my plea is to you. I came to the United States at 14 straight from the Soviet Union, and I became a believer in American openness, and democracy, leadership. And now I speak to you as a European, as a friend. Wake up. Speak up. Your leadership is undoing what America built in the last century. It replaces a hemisphere of freedom with a hemisphere of blackmail. Greenland is not the issue. The United States already can use military access as it wants. The agreement with Denmark dates 1951. The story is not about new security threats. Denmark is your ally. EU is your ally. Greenland is your ally and not for sale. So, blackmail among allies is not security, it's a betrayal. And the consequences for all of us are also clear. Europe needs a new foreign policy doctrine. Europe, colleague Madison, needs a Security Council. We need a one united voice, fast decisions, and a lot of military capacities. That's the conclusion that we draw for ourselves.
Mr. Lagodinsky, will you accept a blue card from Mr. Grazulis?
Ar jūs gyvenate Ar jūs, ponai, nematote realybės? Juk puikiai žinote, kad Grenlandijai, ką ir kalba Trumpas, yra grėsmė tiek Rusija, tiek Kinija. Europa nesugeba apginti Ukrainos. Aš manau, kad Europa nesugeba ir savęs apginti. Tai būdama Grenlandija Jungtinių Amerikos valstijų ne tik užtikrins saugumą Grenlandijai, bet taip pačiai ir Europai. Tai aš manau, kad mes turime atsipeikėti ir suprasti realybę.
First of all, thank you very much, and I'm really pleased to hear that this group has finally recognized that the threat is coming from Russia. Thank you very much. Number two is we have plenty of instruments of cooperation. We have an agreement between Denmark and the United States, as I already mentioned. We have the Arctic mission of the NATO that was already exercised this week. And yes, there were not so many soldiers and troops on the ground, but come on, there are only 150 American troops on the ground. In fact, they were reduced by Americans. Americans have neglected this issue for many years. Well, now they woke up, and so did we. So let's join forces and do it together instead of playing the card of blackmailing and of a market deals that Trump wants to do with us. So cooperation and not a military threat.
Thank you. Urmează Emma Furo.
Sigit votre Europe atlantiste et ses illusions d'un monde placé sous la tutelle bienveillante du gendarme états-unien. Vous avez laissé Donald Trump aiguiser ses ambitions impérialistes à Gaza. Vous n'avez pas bronché lorsque les États-Unis ont bombardé le Venezuela et kidnappé le président d'un État souverain. En juillet dernier déjà, lors de ma résolution sur le Groenland, j'alertais sur la faiblesse de vos réactions face aux menaces d'annexion. Vous n'aviez pas voté cet amendement. L'Empire s'avance à nos portes. Quand allez-vous admettre que les États-Unis sont le principal obstacle à la paix? Quand allez-vous stopper la prédation coloniale trumpiste sur les ressources des peuples souverains? Quand allez-vous refuser la vassalisation de notre continent? Ne cédons pas au chantage commercial. Soutenons le peuple groenlandais. Refusons l'accord commercial avec les États-Unis. Activons l'instrument anti-coercition pour montrer à Trump qu'on ne plaisante pas avec le droit international. Kalalit Nunaat, le Groenland n'est pas à vendre. Son avenir appartient aux Groenlandais et à eux seuls. Et ils sont des milliers à l'avoir clamé dans les rues de Nuuk, MAGA, Make America Go Away. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Urmează domnul Zigbert Druse.
Herr Präsident, verehrte Kollegen! Die Debatte zu Grönland offenbart die versammelte Unfähigkeit dieser EU. Donald Trump führt uns diese ganze Unfähigkeit brutal vor Augen. Daraus sollten wir für die Zukunft lernen. Aber diese unfähige EU wähnt sich im Krieg mit Russland. Kallas und andere brüskieren aktuell China. Und als Krönung tritt diese EU nun in den Konflikt mit den USA ein. Zur Wahrheit gehört, der Status von Grönland ist das Ergebnis von militärischer Macht. Ist europäische Realität. Die USA haben richtigerweise kein Vertrauen in die Abwehrfähigkeiten eines zunehmend islamisierten Europas. Trump schafft durch militärische Stärke Fakten. Wir sind dazu nicht mehr in der Lage. Und dass diese EU nicht sofort auf Trumps Avancen zu Grönland seit dessen Amtsantritt diplomatisch reagiert hat, zeigt eines: Sie nehmen Trump offensichtlich immer noch nicht ernst. Ein historischer Fehler, der womöglich nun Dänemark teuer zu stehen kommen könnte. Vielen Dank.
Danke. Urmează doamna Ruth Firmenich.
Herr Präsident, meine Damen und Herren! Präsident Trump will Grönland haben. Der US-Imperialismus steht weltweit für völkerrechtswidrige Angriffskriege und die EU-Kommission will die Krise durch einen Wirtschaftskrieg mit den USA beilegen. Das ist lachhaft. Nein, Europa darf nicht länger Vasall und Brückenkopf der USA sein. Es braucht jetzt klare Schritte. Die in Europa stationierten US-Soldaten müssen abgezogen werden. Die Lagerung der US-Atomwaffen, auch im deutschen Büchel, muss beendet werden. Es dürfen keine US-Raketen stationiert werden, die auf Moskau gerichtet sind. Wer weiter auf die NATO setzt, hat den Verstand verloren. Oder sollen jetzt NATO-Staaten gegeneinander stehen? Die NATO gehört abgeschafft. Die EU muss endlich im Interesse Europas handeln. Das heißt, die Sanktionen gegen Russland beenden, Nord Stream wieder in Betrieb nehmen und gute Beziehungen mit China haben. Oder wollen Sie ernsthaft einen Drei-Fronten-Handelskrieg? Europa muss sich von den USA emanzipieren oder es ist dem Untergang geweiht. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön. Urmează domnul Niels Flemming Hansen.
Chair. Throughout my entire life, the United States has been Denmark's closest and most important ally. Today, that foundation is under serious pressure. Threats are an unacceptable political tool. Greenland has the full right to choose its own future, and Greenland has chosen Denmark and Europe. That choice must be respected. We have heard claims suggesting that Russia and China are everywhere in the Arctic in Greenland. Let me be clear. Lying and exaggerating does not make good security policy. Facts matters. And facts are that in 2025 alone, we have decided to invest $13 billion on defense. That buys a hell of a lot more than a dog sled. Decisions must be grounded in reality, not in narrative designed to create fear. Like many parents, I taught my children at an early age a very simple lesson. When you don't get your way, you don't shout, you don't threaten, you don't start a fight, and you don't try to take something that isn't yours. You sit down, you talk, and you find a solution. If that is the standard we expect from our children, it's also the standard we should expect from those who lead powerful nations like the United States. And to our European friends, thank you for your solidarity towards Denmark and Greenland. It is a powerful reminder that unity is Europe's strength. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hansen, will you accept a blue card from João Oliveira from the left?
Obrigado, Presidente. Sr. Deputado Hansen, a pergunta que lhe faço é, perante as ameaças que Donald Trump fez relativamente à Groenlândia e depois da violação da soberania do direito internacional em relação à Venezuela e de todas as outras ameaças que fez relativamente a outros países, qual deve ser efetivamente a resposta da União Europeia? É no quadro da submissão e da subserviência aos Estados Unidos que a União Europeia pode encontrar forma de convencer Donald Trump? Para quem aqui defendeu sanções, medidas restritivas, a recusa de relações económicas e políticas noutras circunstâncias, qual vai ser, afinal de contas, a resposta firme que a União Europeia deve dar, na sua opinião, naturalmente, à administração Trump face a estas ameaças que agora fazem em relação à Groenlândia?
Thank you very much for that question. And we are bigger. We are better. And I think what we should do is we should show our cards, not necessarily use them, but we should show him our cards and then he knows we mean business. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează doamna Ellen Fritzon.
Tack, herr talman. Grönland är inte till salu. Ja, det budskapet förstår alla utom USAs president. Trump tror att allt kan köpas för pengar, men ett suveränt fritt land går inte att köpa. Och nu måste EU stå eniga tillsammans. Det handlar både om att stå upp för ett annat EU-land, men också om folkrätten. USA har i realiteten också brutit vårt handelsavtal när Trump nu hotar med tullar. Därför krävs det av oss, av EU, att vi fryser avtalet och att vi går fram med kraftfulla motåtgärder, precis på det språk som Trump förstår. Och låt oss visa att vi helhjärtat står upp bakom Danmark och Grönland. Trumps galenskaper ska inte splittra oss. Vi ska försvara de värden som EU vilar på. Och ja, jag står upp för mitt grannland av hela mitt hjärta. Tack.
Urmează domnul Alexandru Vondra.
Thank you, Chair. What's happening around Greenland is a really big challenge for all of us. On one hand, the Commissioner Kallas was right when she expressed some understanding for not just the US or our security concern regarding the future of the Arctic and the idea that Russia or China are going to corrupt the referendum in Greenland is a nightmare. At the same time, and however, the way how Donald Trump, and I would underline Donald Trump, is pressing Denmark or trying to blackmail our European colleagues when they express the solidarity to Denmark by sending the troops there for the military exercise. This way of handling by Trump is absolutely unacceptable and intolerable. And we must stay behind Denmark here. We must have a dialogue inside NATO about the legitimate security concern on one hand, and on the economy attempts to blackmail, I think Europe is strong enough to expose the pressure too, and don't be afraid to use it.
Thank you. Urmează Stine Bosse.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, allow me to address our dear American friends. We have fought shoulder to shoulder, defending our shared values of democracy and freedom. The way your current administration treats us makes absolutely no sense, and the claims being made are simply not true. Let me give you some facts. Greenlanders are proud, peace-loving people, but the 56,000 people of Greenland are scared. Greenlanders do not want to be Americans. They want to be Greenlanders, be part of Danish kingdom and close to the European Union. There's not a single Chinese or Russian warship around Greenland as of now. Our defense agreement allows you a wide military freedom in Greenland. You once had 10,000 troops in Greenland. Today, about 150. Denmark is investing more than $13 billion in new capabilities in Greenland. In 2026, we trade with people. We do not trade people. We share a responsibility as NATO allies to keep Greenland safe and the Greenlanders respected citizens. So, dear American friends, you have homework to do. And let me end by thanking all the colleagues here for all the great support. About just a couple, the rest, thank you so much. Thank you.
Tack. Urmează Eero Heinäluoma.
Tanska ja grönlantilaiset tarvitsevat nyt kaikkien eurooppalaisten, myös jokaisen EU-parlamentin jäsenen täyden tuen. Grönlannin asemasta ja elämästä voivat päättää vain grönlantilaiset ja Tanska itse. Viime vuonna 50 vuotta täyttänyt Helsingin Ety-kokouksen loppuasiakirja on edelleen voimassa. Sen myötä valtioiden rajat ja alueellinen koskemattomuus tunnustettiin. Asiakirjan allekirjoittivat paitsi Euroopan valtiot myös Yhdysvallat ja Kanada. Euroopan unionin on nyt osoitettava, ettei sitä voi uhkailla eikä painostaa. Useat EU-jäsenmaat ovat jo antaneet arvokasta tukea Grönlannin turvallisuudelle. Näitä maita meidän jokaisen on syytä tukea ja käyttää kaikkia työkaluja, jotka turvaavat EU-maiden itsemääräämisoikeutta. EUn tulee nyt toimia päättäväisesti, lujasti ja arvokkaasti, jotta tulevat sukupolvet voivat sanoa tämän päivän olleen kunniaksi unionille, sen solidaarisuudelle ja sen kyvylle toimia yhdessä.
Kiitos. Perfect Finnish timing. Siegfried Fries.
Zusammenhalt, Einheit, Ytterschenki, sammenholdt, solidaritet, sammenholdning, unity, sammenhold. Det er ikke bare ord, det er ryggraden i det europæiske projekt, og det er netop den, der bliver testet lige nu. Så tak til de lande, der bidrager til sikkerheden i Grønland, som værner om det, der betyder noget. International orden, gensidig respekt. Sammen siger vi det klart og tydeligt til Trump. Lad grønlænderne være. Du kan ikke true dig til territorium. Hvis vi ikke reagerer klart og samlet nu, så vil problemerne række ud over Grønland og langt ind i Europas fremtid. Og derfor skal vores budskab være krystalklart. Grønland er ikke til salg. Grønland er ikke et middel eller et strategisk værktøj. Grønland er et folk. Kalaallit Nunaat, Kalaallit Pigat.
Tak. Mr. Benifei, are you coming to the pulpit? Thank you. Please.
Il titolo di questo dibattito è già indicativo di cosa pensa la maggioranza di questo Parlamento. Serve una risposta europea unita a fronte del ricatto americano sulla Groenlandia. Dobbiamo mandare un messaggio chiaro agli Stati Uniti. Fermatevi, tornate al tavolo della discussione, perché questa volta le contromisure, le sanzioni ci saranno davvero e faranno male. Lo dico alla Commissione europea, lo dico a lei, Alto rappresentante, e mi rivolgo anche ai nostri governi. Questa volta abbiate coraggio e non fermatevi. Solo se il nostro intento risulterà credibile si potrà fermare questa escalation che nessuno vuole, neanche, ne sono certo, la maggioranza del popolo americano. Quello che è certo è che l'Europa deve smettere di essere ingenua e diventare una potenza, quella potenza democratica che può fermare lo smantellamento del diritto internazionale ormai in atto da tempo e in tanti diversi contesti. Invertire la rotta si può, ma dipende soltanto da noi. Grazie.
Grazie. Dear colleagues, we have now the Catch the Eye session. Just before I give you the floor, I just want to repeat one moment. This House is a house of dignity. Offensive language, such as the one used by Mr. Vistisen, is not acceptable in this House, no matter how strong our political feelings are. It is about dignity, our own dignity. So, we switch, and there will be consequences in accordance to his speech. Now, I give the floor to Mr. to Teodorescu Move Alice.
Tack talman. Europa är inte till salu och vi kommer aldrig att låta oss utpressas av Trump. Vi behöver bli kvitt det faktum att vi reducerats till en världsdel som man konsulterar när det passar, rundar när det behövs och hotar när det är effektivt. De senaste turerna måste bli en påminnelse om att fred och frihet alltid är beroende av förmågan att föra och vinna krig. Som beslutsfattare så har vi ett ansvar att tänka de obehagliga tankarna och förbereda våra medborgare på de obehagliga scenarierna. Från och med nu så måste varje europeiskt land rusta så att vi tillsammans når amerikansk kapacitet. Det handlar om allt ifrån kärnvapen till ammunition och materiell. Allt detta behöver produceras av och för Europa. Europa kan bli en stormakt igen, men då måste vi sluta uppföra oss som ett kulturarv, ta initiativet och agera som en aktör med militära muskler. Tack.
Next speaker is Marianne Wind from the Socialist Group.
No. Yes, thank you, Chair. Det er meget overvældende at mærke den brede opbakning, der er til Grønland og kongeriget Danmark fra alle mine gode kollegaer. Tak. For situationen er alvorlig. Trusler om at tage et andet lands territorier, straftold, fake news og latterliggørelse, det er helt ude i hampen. Nok er nok. Europa bøjer sig ikke Vi er kun rykket tættere sammen. Kære Grønland, I er ikke alene. Vi står skulder ved skulder med jer. Tak for ordet.
Tak. Urmează Anna Maja Henriksson. Renew.
Herr talman, kommissionär, för det första så vill jag uttrycka mitt varma stöd för grönlänningarna och för danskarna. Vi är med er. Och jag vill sända varmaste hälsningar till alla barn och unga på Grönland. Vi kommer att kämpa för er. Det är så att varje land behöver respektera internationell rätt. Man tar inte ett annat lands område. Man accepterar att varje land har sin suveränitet, har rätt till sina gränser och att man har kommit överens om ett internationellt regelverk. Det här gäller alla, borde också gälla Donald Trump. Herr talman, EU har nu läge att visa att vi klarar av att vara starka tillsammans. Jag är övertygad om att vi kan. Vi är 450 miljoner invånare. Vi kan börja med att se till att vi lägger handelsavtalet på is. Vi måste agera med ekonomiska åtgärder och vi ska göra det snabbt. Sen behöver hela Europa, varje medlemsland, ta större ansvar för sin säkerhet och vi ska också stärka säkerheten på Arktis. Men det kan man göra inom NATO. Tack.
Kiitos. Urmează Jaume Asens Iodra.
Presidente, señora Kallas, lo de Groenlandia y lo de Canadá no es una provocación aislada, no es una excentricidad de un loco. Hace tiempo que el mundo ha cambiado y se lo venimos diciendo. Lo vimos con este genocidio que ha durado durante 2 años en Gaza. Y lo leemos cuando lo leemos en la estrategia de seguridad de Estados Unidos. Ahí ya no somos un aliado, somos el enemigo a batir. Canadá ha dicho que defenderá con las armas Groenlandia. ¿Y nosotros qué hacemos? Una declaración tibia de apoyo a Groenlandia. Hay que poner medidas sobre la mesa para ser creíbles, como por ejemplo suspender el acuerdo comercial de aranceles que nos impuso Trump, como por ejemplo preguntarnos si debemos de dejar de utilizar el dólar como moneda de referencia o acercarnos a China. Pero para eso hace falta voluntad política, dejar de ser súbditos e identificar a los aliados en Europa de Trump. Vox en España todavía no ha dicho nada, porque prefiere defender a la internacional reaccionaria que defender a su país. Por el resto, nos estamos jugando la existencia, el futuro de Europa. O nos unimos o nos hundimos por separado. Gracias.
Urmează Jussi Saramo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We must wake up from the fairy tale that the US is our closest ally. The US administration is demonstrating through words and actions that the EU is its enemy. The US is trying to destroy the EU from within with the help of the far right. But the territorial sovereignty must be a limit that cannot be crossed. We are responsible adults, and the EU has capitulated time and time again. But the more blindly we obey Trump, the more gifts we give him, the more he demands. It is greater risk to give in than to fight against. Let's launch ACI, let's tax digital giants, let's stop supporting the US arms industry, and let's support international justice and human rights. We must not use the double standards anymore. We must support human rights, sovereignty in Ukraine, in Palestine, in Venezuela, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Urmează domnul Lucas Sieper.
Dear colleagues, in the light of the comment of our honored Vice President, one hesitates to accuse the President of the United States of anything so vulgar as organized crime. And yet facts are a stubborn thing. For years, the Don informed his allies that protection would henceforth require cash up front, pay more or face the consequences. Now, having discovered that Greenland is not merely scenery, but real estate of considerable strategic value, the logic evolves. The fee is no longer sufficient. The Don now wishes to own the premises. This is not statecraft, it's the classic escalation of a protection racket. In this light, when the authorities are unable to intervene, sensible shopkeepers do not engage in endless negotiation. They install cameras, they reinforce the locks, and discreetly they place a rifle beneath the counter, not out of aggression, but out of self-respect. Europe remains polite, but Europe will not be shaken down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Łukasz Kohut.
Europejczycy ramię w ramię walczyli u boku Amerykanów w Iraku i w Afganistanie. Przelewali krew na amerykańskich wojnach i ginęli, panie Trump. Europa była ze Stanami w momentach próby, bo przyjaciółmi jest się na dobre i na złe. Dziś Waszyngton nakłada cła na swoich sojuszników i stawia absurdalne roszczenia terytorialne wobec Danii. Nie damy się podzielić, panie Trump. Europa przetrwa, jeśli będzie zjednoczona. Europa musi zacieśniać współpracę z Norwegią i Islandią. Unia potrzebuje jednak więcej argumentów. Silni szanują tylko siłę. Przewodnicząca von der Leyen mówi, że Unii potrzebna jest strategia bezpieczeństwa. Pełna zgoda. Jednak strategie są nic nie warte, jeśli nie stoją za nimi dywizje. Unia musi posiadać swoje wojsko, które będzie uzupełnieniem zdolności państw członkowskich. Czas na europejskie siły szybkiego reagowania. Czas na federalną Europę. Hands of Greenland, Mr. Trump. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I give the floor to Sander Smith.
Dank u, voorzitter. Voorzitter, hoge vertegenwoordiger, de toekomst van Groenland ligt niet in de ijskoude greep van grootmachten, maar in de warme handen van zijn eigen volk. Als leider van de visserijdelegatie in september hoorde ik het kloppende hart van Nuuk. Groenlanders smachten naar samenwerking met Amerikanen, met Denemarken, met onze Europese Unie, zoals in het robuuste visserijakkoord. Maar het is schande, affront tegen de vrije wereld, dat de huidige Amerikaanse Groenlandaanpak de fundamenten van onze NAVO-veiligheidsarchitectuur doet wankelen. Ik roep de Republikeinse congresleden en senatoren op. Sta op, neem uw verantwoordelijkheid, laten we uitwegen zoeken in dialoog, niet in verdeeldheid. Collega's, de ware existentiële dreiging loert natuurlijk niet bij onze bondgenoten in Washington, maar bij tirannen elders. Toon solidariteit met Groenland en Denemarken via de NAVO-missie. Mocht de crisis escaleren en dialoog falen, dan moet de Europese Unie in uiterste nood niet aarzelen het antidwangmechanisme in te zetten. Dank u wel.
Dank u wel. Urmează domnul Andriukaitis.
Dėkoju, pirmininkė. Gerbiama komisarė, kolegos, visų pirma, leiskite Lietuvos vardu padėkoti Danijai ir Islandijai, ypač Uffe Ellemann-Jensenui ir Islandui, jo Balduinui Hannibalsonui. Tai jie pirmieji pripažino 3 Baltijos valstybės, jų nepriklausomybės. Tada Baltijos žmonės stovėjo neginkluoti, nors Tarybų Sąjungos sovietų kariuomenė buvo aplinkui 100 tūkstančių, bet jėga žmonių parodė, kad yra tai, ko reikia šiandien pasakyti. 450 milijonų europiečių yra milžiniška jėga ir mes turime aiškiai pasiųsti signalą Amerikos respublikonams, nes ten yra ir tarp jų mąstančių žmonių. Net mūsų jėga yra trade bazooka. Ir aš raginu komisiją kuo greičiau imtis akcijų, nes 8 tarifai įvesti, reiškia prieš mus visus. Atsakymas turi būti kuo stipresnis ir kuo greitesnis, griežtas atsakas.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Barry Andrews.
Thank you, President, High Representative and colleagues. I want to also express my solidarity with the people of Greenland. for the stress that they are experiencing. I want to acknowledge the calm resolution of our Danish MEPs, with one notable exception, standing in the face of the extraordinary intimidation and threats that they are receiving from the United States, with their barely believable and totally contrived national security considerations. The national security strategy published just 2 months ago doesn't even mention the Arctic whatsoever, and they have completely and voluntarily downgraded all of their military presence in the Arctic. I will be representing the European Parliament in our discussions on the MFF relationship with Greenland from 2028 to 2034, and this is our opportunity as a Parliament to make a very clear statement of our intention to invest in the sustainable development of Greenland, but also in our connections with the Greenland economy and with the European economy. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Urmează Rainier van Landshut. Microphone.
Yes. Thank you. President Trump is not used to asking for consent, and the government of the USA does not believe in international law. They only listen to force. And in a world of force, Europe can be a force of good. So, after a year of ass-kissing, it's time to change strategy. Because Europe also has power. We are their largest trading partner. The big tech relies on our massive markets. They need military bases in Europe. And Europeans hold a lot of US sovereign debt. The costs that the US would pay if they take Greenland must be higher than the benefits. For that, we should activate the anti-coercion instrument. And in the meantime, accelerate to independence and speak with one voice. Let's create a United States of Europe, with a European army to back each other up when we are under attack. Just like the Three Musketeers, all for one, one for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Urmează Davor Stier.
Kolegice i kolege, posrijedi nije samo Grenland, nego ozbiljna kriza u transatlantskim odnosima. I zato nije vrijeme za panične poteze, baciti se u ruke Kinezima kao što neki zagovaraju, nego za jasan i čvrst stav. Stav da smo otvoreni za suradnju sa SAD-om oko sigurnosnih pitanja, oko zajedničke sigurnosti, ali ne prihvaćamo nikakve ucjene. Mi ćemo se sigurno znati nositi s ovim prijetnjama o carinama. Već je to bilo dokazano i u prošlosti i Europska unija ima instrumente da se time nosi. Ali da naša poruka bude vjerodostojna, dugoročno je jasno, moramo izgraditi europske obrambene kapacitete i na taj način rekonfigurirati naše transatlantske odnose, naše partnerstvo sa SAD-om i nakon Trumpa.
Hvala. Urmează López Aguilar Juan Fernando.
Thank you, President. High Rep Kaja Kallas, la filtración por el presidente de los Estados Unidos de mensajes remitidos por líderes europeos y el secretario general de la OTAN pone de manifiesto algo más grave que su contenido. Cómo nos percibe, débiles, divididos y, sobre todo, prescindibles para su lenguaje de la fuerza. Y de su responsabilidad depende que, en primer lugar, cambie esa percepción en lo que le resta a la Unión Europea de credibilidad y respetabilidad frente a los actores globales que nos están mirando, pero fundamentalmente en lo que la Unión Europea tiene de confianza y, por tanto, legitimación de la ciudadanía, que quiere una respuesta unida y fuerte y, sobre todo, una respuesta que no practique el doble rasero que tanto detestan. Porque han censurado el doble rasero en nuestra respuesta en Ucrania y en Gaza, pero no nos podemos permitir ese doble rasero nada menos que en Groenlandia, que afecta al Reino de Dinamarca y, por tanto, afecta a la Unión Europea entera. Gracias, presidente.
Gracias. Cynthia Nivarahu.
Gormagat, tá tentas Eorpach ar ceann go na cuachtaí tródála is mór dain, agus nuair tá Eorp aontaithe tá cuacht a léamnacht agus tionachar aici. Ach, nuair atá Eorp deillte tá sí leag lochalach. Sin in fá nach rawa í aontacht na Eorpa ach riachtanas sa cháirte. Múnan an stair fíranna himplí dúin, ní hogan an géala slí siocháin ach meallan sé níos mó unsathe. Agus níanaan an corchaige seo ach Trump a ghriasa chun éileh níos mó agus breise a ire oran atá gairí níos mergantaí in aigan lei. Mar sin, cosúil le mo chóch lecathe, tá méid éileh freigra, loidir, dain, wetse a Commissioner Callas agus ó na cuachtaí agus ón geanarach san Aontas. Tuigeann Trump cuacht agus neart agus ballann sé leas as muil agus déanann sé beagas fiú den ligacht. Bhí mis cróga, dána agus loidir. Tá sé haram a cháirde gomach an puc ar buile san Eorp.
Thank you. Urmează domnul Ondřej Dostal.
Komisařko Kallasová, bohužel vaše zahraniční politika spektakulárně selhala. Správně říkáte, že stojíte za Dánskem, ale co mu můžete kromě řečí nabídnout? Vždyť nemáte žádné karty. Vlastní energetiku jsme si zničili, Evropu jsme učinili závislou na americkém plynu. Když Němcům odstřelili Nord Stream, tak jste ani nemukli. Čína pro vás není partner, ale strategický rival. K zemím BRICS se chováte přezíravě, vměšujete se do voleb cizích zemí, fandíte převratům, tleskáte zvůli od Sýrie po Venezuelu. Pevně jste zavřeli oči před genocidou v Gaze a globálně jich to vidí. Co to znamená? Teď, když se ukáže, že je na to mrtvé a že Trump si přijde pro Grónsko, tak si ho vezme a svět řekne jen, dobře vám tak, došlo teď na vás. Proto se ptám s klasikem. Quod usquem tandem abutere, Kallasová, pacientia nostra, přivedla jste Evropu do izolace, už odejděte a přenechte diplomaci někomu kompetentnímu. Děkuji.
Thank you. Michał Szczerba.
Państwo, naszym wspólnym zadaniem jest zabiegać o świat, w którym obowiązują zasady. Świat pięści jest przeszłością. Świat, w którym duzi mogą całkiem bezprawnie zabiegać o terytorium mniejszych krajów. Chcę bardzo wyraźnie powiedzieć, Unia Europejska była, jest i będzie partnerem dla USA. Ale to partnerstwo musi się opierać o zasady, o prawo międzynarodowe i dialog. Chcę bardzo wyraźnie powiedzieć, groźba nakładania nowych ceł na Unię Europejską nie służy relacjom transatlantyckim. Chcę bardzo wyraźnie powiedzieć również, że potrzebna jest dyplomacja i potrzebny jest spokój. I wzywam do zmniejszenia napięć, jednocześnie respektując postulat zwiększenia bezpieczeństwa Arktyki. Ale można to realizować w niekonfrontacyjny sposób. I najważniejsza sprawa. Zagrożenia są ze strony Rosji. Trzeba pomagać Ukrainie. Trzeba się skupić na tym, co jest rzeczywiście istotne egzystencjalnie dla Polski i dla Europejczyków.
Thank you. The last three speakers are Mr. João Oliveira, followed by Petras Grajulis and Mr. Kostas Papadakis. João.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Comissária Kaja Kallas, a ofensiva agressiva e exploradora do imperialismo norte-americano é uma ameaça à Groenlândia. A submissão da União Europeia aos Estados Unidos aumenta o risco de concretização dessa ameaça e a dualidade de critérios da União Europeia enfraquece a capacidade de defender o povo da Groenlândia dessas ameaças. As ameaças de Trump têm de ter uma resposta firme de exigência de respeito pelo direito internacional, de respeito pela soberania dos povos, de recusa do uso da força e da ameaça da guerra como critérios de relações internacionais. Mas a União Europeia está numa posição difícil para dar essa resposta firme. A senhora Comissária falou-nos hoje de soberania e o problema é saber onde estavam esses critérios de exigência de respeito pela soberania e pelo direito internacional face à ocupação da Palestina, face à guerra de agressão e de ocupação do Iraque, do Afeganistão, à agressão da Líbia, da Síria. Onde estavam esses critérios face à agressão à Venezuela? O problema, e concluo, Sr. Presidente, o problema é que essa atitude de submissão aos Estados Unidos durante tanto tempo torna agora difícil endireitar a espinha para dar a resposta firme que é preciso.
Muito obrigado, Petras Grazulis.
Man atrodo, kad jūs nesuprantat, kad Europa, nors yra viena iš skaitlingiausių sąjungų, turi 450 milijonų, bet dėl nesančios vienybės, dėl susiskaldymo mes nevaidinam jokios geopolitinės situacijos. Niekas į mus nekreipia dėmesį. Mes kalbame kiekvieną šalis skirtingai. 2 metus kalbėjom dėl įšaldytų Rusijos lėšų atiduoti Ukrainai ir koks rezultatas? Ogi jokio. Europa tu neturi ateities, nes neturi vienybės. Tai kas geriau jum, kad Grenlandija Kinijai ar Rusijai priklausytų, ar Amerikai? Aš manau, kad Amerikai. Jeigu bus Grenlandija Amerikos, mes būsim saugesni. Ir jeigu aš, kaip Lietuvos pilietis, galėčiau rinktis Europos Sąjungą ar Ameriką, aš rinkčiausi Ameriką. Ir dėl vertybinių dalykų ten neprievartautų ir negenderizuotų vaikų mano tėviniai, kas taip yra labai svarbu.
Thank you. Urmează Papadakis Costas, ultimul vorbitor.
Καταδικάζουμε τις απαράδεκτες απειλές για στρατιωτική επέμβαση των ΗΠΑ, του νατοϊκού συμμάχου της Δανίας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης στη Γρυλανδία, σε συνέχεια της στρατιωτικής τους επέμβασης κατά του λαού της Βενεζουέλας, όπως και των απειλών σε βάρος του κουβανικού λαού, όπως και την επίθεση που σχεδιάζουν οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες και το Ισραήλ κατά του Ιράν. Δεν αποτελεί ιδιορυθμία του Τραμπ, αλλά οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες θεωρούν την Αρκτική ζωτικό χώρο στο γεωπολιτικό ανταγωνισμό τους με την καπιταλιστική Ρωσία και Κίνα. Οι αντιθέσεις σκοπιμοτήτων Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, Γερμανίας, Γαλλίας με κριτήριο τους δασμούς και την επιζήμια για τους λαούς Συμφωνία Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών εκθέτουν όλα τα αστικά κόμματα που ισχυρίζονταν ότι η ένταξη της Δανίας στην ΚΕΠΑ της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης καθώς και η νατοϊκή διεύρυνση σε Σουηδία και Φιλανδία θα εγγυόταν τάχα την ασφάλεια και την ειρήνη στην περιοχή. Μονόδρομος η αφοτελής πάλι των λαών ενάντια σε κάθε υπεραλιστική επέμβαση και συμμαχία, στους εκβιασμούς και ανταγωνισμούς τους. Καμία αλλαγή συνόρων, καμιά πολεμική εμπλοκή, καμιά θυσία για τα κέρδη και τα συμφέροντα των λίγων.
Ευχαριστώ. Madam High Representative Vice President, you do not have an easy job, we know, but we are very, very eager to listen to you.
Dear President, honourable members, who has an easy job nowadays? Thank you for this very important and timely debate. EU's firm support for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark is beyond discussion, and it was also very clear from this debate, with few exceptions. In the broader picture, the EU is also committed to address the challenges and opportunities of the Arctic region at large. We together face a complex mix of challenges: geopolitical tensions, hybrid threats, disinformation, cyber attacks, competition for resources, and the growing impacts of climate change. A few comments. MEP Lagodinsky was calling to have a Security Council. We have a Defence Council, and I've increased the number of this meeting of defence ministers during the year, because it is true that we need the European thinking when it comes to security, and that also applies to defence. And I also want to emphasise what MEP Boss said. Right now, we don't see the interest of Russia or their action or Chinese action regarding Greenland. That has to be very clear. When I was talking about the security of the Arctic, then I was also talking about the future. It is not that the presence is seen right now. These statements are not accurate, but we need to prepare that we are there for the Greenlandic security. And above all, the question that we have right now in our hands is that we face a situation where our biggest ally wants to own Greenland, and that is the language that we don't speak. If it is an issue of security, we can address this. If it is an issue of cooperation regarding critical raw materials, I think we can all address this together. And it is up for us to take up this challenge that we have right now, calmly, resolutely, and together in a united manner. So thank you very much for this debate.
Thank you, High Representative. With this debate is closed. Thank you for a very lively and supportive and good debate. We follow with the report of Mr. Novakov, air passenger rights, and we open with the rapporteur, Mr. Andrei Novakov. I invite to the floor.
Chair, Commissioner Tsikostas, dear colleagues, there is no other way to put this but rather to say that the European Council is trying to take 60% of the compensation of all passengers. 60. And by the way, the Council looks to be absent at the moment in that crucial debate, and I'm happy that we can rely on politicians like Commissioner Tsikostas in order to get the day rolling and get the job done. Why I'm starting my speech with this? It's mainly because I believe we could do way better. After 11 years of negotiations, we can achieve more than not just not improving the rights of the passengers, but making them worse. And that is something that I don't remember last time when it happened. And mark my words, tomorrow, with your support, this Parliament will achieve unanimity and support that is going to be a very clear sign to the Council that is not going to play games anymore with us. Enough is enough. And I think there is many other ways to support an airline than cutting passenger rights. You can support the airport, you can decrease the airport taxes, you can decrease the air traffic control taxes, or any other way of optimization. And the airlines could benefit from many things, leg rooms, champagne, sandwiches, but you cannot benefit from a seat belt, right? You don't sell in any way security. This is something that is given, and it should be there. It should be for granted. And this is what we are fighting for. We can do many compromises. We've been learned and taught in this House how to do compromises, but not with passenger rights, not with the rights of the voters. So we can negotiate how to improve them, but to accept, to make the things worse, and accepting the proposal of the Council to increase the delay from 3 to 4 hours, there is no chance. The whole debate today is going to be 1 hour, and they are asking the passengers to wait for 4 or 6 hours on the airport. 6 hours in which your kid's birthday, it will be over, the job interview that you are applying, it will be over, and your connection for sure will be over. So, not any more compromises with this. So, the plenary vote tomorrow will show one thing, that we cannot wait anymore. I think we gave enough time, and the fact that there is not a single amendment tabled for this procedure means one thing and one thing only. It says to the European Council, this Parliament is not going to step back. This Parliament is not going to water down the people's rights that they enjoy at the moment. So we can improve them, we can make them better, but not worsen them. I think this is the least thing we can do to the voters outside, who, by the way, are protesting again. So we have to be careful. Finally, I love aviation. I understand that we need an industry that is running on profit and make good profit. But I don't think that we can find a way to increase the benefits and the profits of the aviation by making customers less satisfied. And they will be more satisfied when they have a right to stick to their children, not paying 35 euros for that. And if your suitcase is 1 centimeter bigger than what's supposed to be, 75 euro is not the price that you have to pay. I think we can all agree on that. And when there is people on board with disability, they should be the first to be served and not to be punished for their really hard fortune that they have. So, I can promise you one thing. The team of the European Parliament is going to fight for the rights of the passengers, and we're going to win this battle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rapporteur. And now I invite for the Commission, Apostolos Tzitzikostas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honourable members, allow me first to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the people of Spain. I'm already in contact with the Minister of Transport. The European Commission stands ready to assist the Spanish authorities in any useful way in this tragic accident. Honourable members, of course you know, for me it is always an honour to address you in plenary, and I want to congratulate Mr. Novakov for his great work as a rapporteur, but also for his dynamism. As we all know, passenger rights in the EU are a policy with a very real and tangible impact on our citizens. It's also a genuine EU success story, one that people across Europe experience directly when they travel, and this revision of air passenger rights, launched by the Commission back in 2013, aims precisely to build on that success, strengthening passenger protection while avoiding disproportionate burden on the airlines. This is a crucial opportunity for all of us to reinforce passenger rights, modernise complaint handling mechanisms, improve digital accessibility and ensure transparency. And we must seize this opportunity so that every passenger knows their rights and can exercise them with confidence. You pushed this file and you pushed it forward by adopting a position at first reading back in 2014. And we have lost a lot of time since then. As you know, I very much value the role of the European Parliament in this process. And you have consistently fought for fair and comprehensive rights for all passengers, including the most vulnerable, while remaining mindful of the need to avoid a disproportionate burden on airlines. And your commitment all these years honourable members, has laid the ground for important, meaningful improvements. And I want to confirm to you today the Commission's commitment to working closely with you to further advance passenger rights. We need to ensure that these rules are fit for new mobility challenges and align with citizens' expectations. So let me now turn into three key issues that are central to the negotiations: the delay compensation thresholds, the enforcement of passenger rights, and the hand luggage. Honourable members of the European Parliament, the delay compensation threshold determines after how much delay in a flight an airline is obliged to pay compensation to the passengers, as you very well know. You have made it clear that a 3-hour threshold is the red line. The Council, on the other side, remains unwavering that the delay compensation thresholds should be higher, namely for 4 hours for short distances and 6 hours for long-distance flights. And I sincerely hope that a compromise can indeed be found on this issue. And I assure you that the Commission stands ready to play its role and to facilitate such a compromise in the coming months. And we will do so while encouraging the most favourable conditions for passengers. And I want to be honest with you, as I've always been. I